events. These include a debate, a panel discussion on multilingualism in India, where are we now? Another panel on a ministerial panel with representatives from various governments. Probably about 4 or 5 governments will be represented, which will be led by Carol Benson, exploring governmental responses to multilingualism. And then we also have a considerable number of featured speakers. At the beginning and end of each parallel session in the conference planner, you will see information about the featured speakers and the featured events. Among the topics, Michael's already mentioned some of the sub-themes, but a couple of the issues that I'd like to highlight are the threats to the diversity, to linguistic diversity, which are being experienced in many parts of the world. As I said before, we have 700 languages in Indonesia. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking at a university in Sumatra, where people were telling me how speakers of some local languages now denied that they could speak those languages because they felt that those languages were in some way inferior, and they were claiming to be native speakers of more prestigious languages. So we see threats to linguistic diversity like this in many parts of the world, and I can see that many of the presentations are going to explore this sort of threat. And another sub-theme is the growing phenomenon of so-called English medium low-cost primary schools. And this phenomenon is arising in many parts of South Asia and Southeast Asia. And I can see that several of the speakers are going to explore this phenomenon as well. And this is also going to be the subject of the debate. So we have an extremely rich program, more than 70 sessions. You won't have any free time. The program is packed from morning until evening. There are approximately 20 countries represented in the program. There are people from more than 20 countries here. And I suspect that is the largest range of countries represented in all the conferences that we've had so far. Maybe my fellow trustees can confirm that. So after the conference planner, you will then find a very, very substantial section of the conference handbook, which provides session abstracts day by day. Each abstract with brief information about the speaker can be found there in chronological order of presentation. And then towards the back of the handbook, you will find a section called feedback forms, like this. And we're going to try to do something that we haven't done in previous conferences. As I said, we want to be questioning, not only celebratory, but also questioning. And we would like you to contribute, everyone here, to contribute to the creation of a series of research agendas and action agendas. So what we would like you to do at the end of each day is to fill in one of these forms you will find in the book. There is one for each day. And the first side of the form is called Agenda for Research, and the second on the back is Agenda for Action. And during the sessions that you attend and the discussions you take part in, informal discussions and formal discussions, we'd like you to be thinking about what do we not yet know? What research is still needed? Whether there is any possibility of you doing that research yourself, or you can think of an organization that should be doing it, or just we need more information, we need more ideas. Put it down. What research do we need that still needs to be done? And particularly, in what context do you think that research needs to be done? Maybe you can think, in my country, we need to learn more about X. Or in my particular institution, we need to investigate Y. Or I think this country, or developing countries in general, should be investigating these issues. Make notes of these, thoughts about research. And then on the back, hopefully you will have been inspired by the presentations that you hear, and you can begin thinking about what action is needed now after the conference, either at your own, yourself individually, your institution, your nation, or generally. So make notes about the sort of action you think that we need to be doing, and the context in which you think that action should be taken. And then, at the end of the day, when you filled it up, tear it out and hand it in. There will be people standing around, helpers standing around at the exits, and give your paper to the helpers. And do that for each day, please. And then what we will try to do over the next few weeks is compile all this. I don't yet have a clear idea of what it's going to look like, but we're going to try to compile all your ideas and your thoughts about research and action and create some agendas. And these agendas we will feed back to you. We will include the agendas in the conference publication, which will appear next year. And also specifically for India, the agendas for research and action will be the foundation for the ongoing legacy program that follows from this conference. I think that's all that I've got to say. I'm very, very excited about this. We've all been working extremely hard, and I can hardly believe that everybody's actually here and that it's happening. Enjoy the next 3 days. And just one note final note is to underline what Jeff was saying earlier. Please come to our meeting at the end of today, meet the conference trustees, not necessarily because you want to host another conference, but to find out more about what we do and how we work. And we'll be very happy to talk to you. So thank you for your attention, and happy conference.
I have a card for this connection. Yeah.
Do you have a microphone over there?
Is there any combination functions to connect to another screen? Is there any option?
I don't know. I think it should pick up. I'm not sure.
No. There should be some function to connect.
Pardon?
There should be some
Yeah,
key.
this is the one.
We are not getting the signal.
Very sorry for this little bit technical, changes. In this hotel we have everything, but we don't have like a rolling scene when one people will say, then goes back. and another scene will be ready by that time. That's why you will see all these changes just in front of you. First of all, I want to say terima kasih banyak, Pak, for your very comprehensive explanation and taking us thinking how we can do our shopping if the program is so busy. For that, we have to sing only maybe after closing. My name is Ali Shrumarf, and I'm representing here UNESCO. UNESCO is one of the knowledge partners of this conference, and I got a privilege to introduce the first plenary speaker, and his biography already, as had been mentioned, you can find in the conference program on the page 19. And Professor Ajit Mohanty, actually, from one side, it's very easy to introduce him. Professor is a professor. You don't say very much. You can only say the professor had been famous with his work in the language area. For example, I know that many people know him very well, not only in India, but also in Nepal, because he's the author of the national policy, national multilingual education policy for Nepal, which is still, say, going on. He's very much welcome in the remote areas of India, especially in states like Odisha, with his studies and reaching the people, understanding how that living and endangered and almost forgotten languages actually had been used in daily life and for education. And he's very meticulous person to look after the attitudes, how people use these languages, because his background actually in psychology. And I don't know out of which idea he became founder and chief advisor for the National Multilingual Education Resource Consortium at Jawaharlal Nehru University. That will be maybe the first things what we will ask him to say. He's not listening. I will ask him again. Yes. In this time, I think we heard very good speeches for introduction, but I skipped some moments, and since we discussed about what will be the way forward after, and the trustees already urging us and inviting us to think about the next 12th Language and Development Conference, which is planned for 2017, I can tell you what will be happening between now and 2017. In UNESCO, we have an Asia Pacific Multilanguage Education Committee, where we have more than 100 representatives of the different CSOs, UN agencies, partners, universities, who are meeting once in a quarter. They had a meeting yesterday, and they informed me that UNESCO is planning to have a next year in October, and to be precisely from 19 to 21st October in Bangkok, the big conference on language and education. And that comes in line when we're asking the UNESCO member states to come up with their national plans for Education 2030 agenda. And in line with that also, they asked me to announce that in February 7 to 9, there will be an interesting conference in Myanmar, in Mandalay. That will be 7 to 9, and they're going to discuss language policy and multilingual education. There is plenty more. That's why my suggestion for the trustees will be, why not we put on your website all this kind of announcement about the different multilanguage or language and development related conferences, since you are the, say, big mover, and the small, say, rivers and small, say, water sources, etc., will benefit from your presence. Sir, ready? He is giving me privilege to say more things to you. Because he thinks he has 1 hour. Now is less, because I am occupying that part of that 1 hour. Regarding the speaking points, UNESCO is not only about education, UNESCO is also about culture. And today morning I got from our culture specialist that certain statistics, and I really interested because UNESCO has a new release of the online atlas on the languages, on endangered languages, living languages, on almost lost and totally lost languages. And I discovered when people saying how many languages we speak, there is 7,102 exactly living languages. And among that, most of the languages you can find in Asia. It is 2,301 and 2,138 in Africa. But I should also tell you, among these 7,000 something languages, is 2,000 have less than 1,000 native speakers. And that now you can apply for the issues of development. I think we will be having a lot of, say, thoughts about this. Maybe you speak without technique. Not listening. Fine. And Sir is going to speak on the topic of multilingualism, education, English, and development, and asking himself and us whose development it will be, say, discovered. And in his speech, before he will start, I should tell you, we're also interested, since British Council is one of the major organizers of this conference. I was asking yesterday many people how many countries actually speak or use English as the major language. And today, again, our culture officer provided me data. It is 101 countries actually use English. And that is the most number of the countries for one language. The second one, it will be Arabic, which is 60 countries, then French, 51. By my name, you understand that my name looks like Russian because I brought up in Soviet Union. But originally I am from Uzbekistan. That's why my name looks like Russian name, Umarov. And I can tell you that Russian language is spoken only in 16 countries, even we think it is more. I'm out of data.
A very good morning to all of you, and my apologies for the technological problem. You know, if you are using a Mac system in India, be careful about it. I thank the trustees and organizers of the conference and the British Council for this honor. I'm here to interrogate the role of English or any other dominant language for that matter in multilingual societies, and to show that the much talked about relationship between English and development may be true for some, but is questionable for many. Again, problem with the technology. Can someone help? I'm not again.
You better speak.
Not able to move the slides.
I will do it. I think you need to go to pitch down this way. First. Here.
So I press this one now?
The right.
Oh, that right. Okay. All right. While we dwell on the question of development, it behooves remembering for ourselves that the notion of development needs to move away from simple economic indicators of income and consumption. It is more about freedom, choice, and participation, and most importantly, reduction of inequality and discrimination. I think there is a need to critically engage with the much talked about relationship between English and development. English as a tool for development, business, science, media, and so on. English for a global world, triggering the mass paranoia of competition. English as a language of unity amid the apparent chaos of multilingual world. English as a gatekeeper to the heaven of the English-speaking countries. English and the force of English, which transforms to political imperatives in multilingual world. The repeated rhetorics of links between English and development and opportunities get reified into popular images and beliefs. You have only two of the many, many examples from the multilingual world. An English goddess in a village sought to be worshipped for better English for emancipation. The goddess now waits for a temple to come up. Then, since English is a gatekeeper to the better world, there are temples. I have shown one of them for Visa gods or Visa Bhagavan. There are, in fact, specialized gods and temples for American visa, British visa, European visa, visas to Australia, and so on. I am told a number of people in this conference couldn't be here because they failed to get Indian visa. Maybe the organizers next time would advise these people to pray Visa Bhagavan specialized for Indian visa. If you Google these gods, you'll get more than what I have in fact given you. When you look critically at the evidences linking language, or for that matter, French and other dominant languages, the purported relationship with aspects of development does not stand to close scrutiny. There is no clear relationship of English with development nor with national unity. Social identity theorists show how, in multilingual societies, some entrepreneurs of linguistic identities divide a multilingual society and then promote English for unity. In fact, at another level, English is shown to be linked to social stratification, elite formation, and exclusion of masses, all of which divide more than they unite. The role of English in cross-country migration has been questioned for linguicism and human rights violation. Whether and to what extent English can and does function as a lingua franca varies across different sociolinguistic contexts. I think we need to reflect on the dynamics of attitudinal differences in respect of English and the national languages in multilingual societies. There are two aspects of the development of such stance that I will briefly mention. One is how social educational exclusion of languages perpetuates disadvantage for many languages and advantage for the dominant ones. The second is the emergence of social class difference in the role of English as a cultural capital through early multilingual socialization. hierarchy of power relations in respect of languages effectively leads to deprivation of many languages in favor of the dominant ones. Socioeconomic and educational neglect in the long run pushes languages out of significant domains of use, leading to their progressive impoverishment and weakness, which is used to justify further neglect. The vicious cycle perpetuates disadvantage. There is also a progressive differentiation across different socioeconomic classes as to how English functions in the mindset of children. Our studies on multilingual socialization of Indian children show different strategies through which upper class parents orient their children to use English mostly for scholastic achievement and individualistic self-construal, and how mother tongues are devalued as languages limited only to family domains. What I have shown here is a conceptualization of the hierarchical structure of languages in multilingual societies, where English occupies the most dominant language status. Vaidehi Ramanathan from the University of California wrote about English vernacular divide in education in India, and I have talked about a double divide, one between English and the major national languages in multilingual societies, and the other between these major languages called vernaculars and the indigenous tribal minority languages, with major gaps in the power of these groups of languages. In most multilingual societies, I should point out, there are many layers within each level of the double divide. Indian Constitution could not enforce a common system of schooling. Private, mostly English medium schools continued along with government or public schools. As a result, there is a range of private schools catering to different economic levels. These schools vary in their cost and quality. Some schools, like the famous Doon School of India, are considered prestigious, high-cost schools. There are now many very low-cost and low-quality English medium schools in rural areas where children neither learn English nor the subject matters. I call them doom schools, where children and their education are bound to be doomed. The government schools are vernacular or major state language medium schools which offer mother tongue medium education to majority language children and imposed submersion education in a non-mother tongue language to tribal and minority language children. Thus, English medium schools have led to a new caste system in India. Look up the matrimonial columns in newspapers. There are solicitations for caste-based marriage proposals, and also many which solicit a bride educated in English medium schools. If you open newspaper on any of these days, the matrimonial column, you would locate the proposals which solicit bride with English medium education. So with the with English medium schools of various kinds, we have school divides corresponding to social divides. The private schools are fee-paying schools varying in their quality and cost, catering to different social strata. I have labeled three broad types of private schools, labeled A, B, and C, corresponding to different socioeconomic levels. The poor, who cannot afford even the cheapest of the English medium schools, send their children to public or government schools, which are major regional language mother tongue schools for most children and non-mother tongue schools for indigenous tribal minority children. As I said, almost all the private schools are English medium schools, whereas the government schools teach English as a language subject. In fact, some state governments have now started English medium schools which have failed for various reasons. We have undertaken studies of the social practices, the school practices in the classrooms in respect of English and negotiation of language barrier that the children face in these schools. In elite upper class English medium schools, the school practices and classroom transactions are quite westernized. Languages other than English are not allowed. Parents do support teaching of English through their own efforts, private tuitions, coachings, and other devices, including availability of additional books and reading material. In contrast, poor quality English medium schools only appear to be English medium. Cosmetic Anglicization, English prayers in chorus, welcoming good morning in chorus, often even when you visit late in the afternoon. Parents do not know English and cannot afford private tuition. Teachers are also extremely poor in English. Teaching English is very different in schools with large proportion of tribal children. Here I have reported our studies with the Kondh and the Saura tribal children who speak Kui and Saura languages respectively. In these classrooms, teachers read from the text a single word or a sentence at a time and immediately translate the same to elaborate in simple Odia. Occasionally, Odia is the dominant language of the state of Orissa, where we conducted our study with the Kondh and the Saura tribes. And they would occasionally, teachers would occasionally use Kui or Saura, the language, the home language of the tribal children, if they happen to know it. You know, not many teachers actually know the tribal languages. The classrooms are characterized by oral practices to have children memorize English alphabets and numbers in sequence. Some textbook words in English occasionally appear. The routine conversational exchanges are quite common. The teacher will drill the conversations, what is your name? And the child would say, my name is so and so. What is your father's name? The child would say the father's name. In one of the classrooms that I visited, I asked the children, what is your father's name? And all the children in the class said, my father's name is Dhani. because they didn't really understand what it meant. They had drilled whatever example the teacher had given them. Apparently the teacher had told them, my father's name is Dhani as an example. So that's the kind of transaction that goes on. Now, copying from the blackboard is again common. Alphabets traced repeatedly while alphabet names are spoken aloud and then some words. Evidently, there was no serious effort in teaching English to the tribal children because the tribal children were already struggling with Odia, which is the dominant language of the state, but not the home language of the tribal children. Therefore, the teachers decided, and I think that's probably strategically correct, decided to focus on learning of Odia, which was a language which was available in the surrounding, in the ecology, rather than focus on the second level divide with English language. So teachers made very symbolic effort only to meet the curricular requirements for English without any serious attempt at teaching and learning of a foreign language. There was lack of substantive learning targets, which was reflected in the casual assessment that the teachers gave. One of the teachers told me when I visited the ashram school in Kandhamal in Odisha, which is the Kond tribal area where the children speak Kui. The teacher said, sir, these children do not even understand Odia, which is the language of the state. What English will they understand? We somehow manage by using sometimes Kui and sometimes Odia in English classrooms. Luckily, they are not failed if they fail in English. So teachers' priority obviously is negotiating the vernacular other divide, deferring negotiation of English. I'm sorry for the change in the slides. The change to the window system actually changed the formatting of the slides. Now, whom do English medium schools teach and whom do they cheat? Well, having presented the data on how English is transacted in different types of schools, the Doon schools and the Doom schools, and also the majority language schools for tribal children, I think we all know the answer. The poor quality, low cost English medium schools do not and cannot teach English, and for that matter, other subject matters. A rough, uncorroborated survey shows that parents spend approximately 5 to 10% of income to meet the cost of private English medium schools. The expenditure of lower strata parents in percentage of income terms is indeed higher than their high strata counterparts, who of course spend a lot more on home-based support. But the burden of expenditure is huge for the lower strata parents where children do not get the returns and they are cheated. In one of the schools which opened in the outskirts of a small town in Paralakhemdi district, Gajapati district in Odisha, which is dominated by the Saura tribe, the school, English medium school, opened, I think, around 1998. And the parents were happy sending their children to school. And the teachers kept on giving the feedback to the parents that their children were doing well, getting high marks, 60, 80%, 90%, and so on. And that went on for 10 years because until then the evaluation was internal to the school. Until in grade 10, the children had to appear the common high school examination 100% of the children failed. And parents were so angry, having been cheated for all these 10 years, they ransacked the school, broke the windows, and created a lot of trouble. So some English medium programs started by the state government recently, called success schools, have in fact failed. English medium schools are in great demand because of the popular belief that they are better schools. We have conducted studies to compare English medium schools with mother tongue medium schools in different parts of India. All the studies show that when you control for quality of schooling and the socio-economic status of the parents, mother tongue medium children show better academic achievement, show better understanding of the concepts in subjects like science and mathematics, and they show better skills in language use. I have mentioned some of our studies and some of our own students. There are at least half a dozen studies by other Indian researchers which I have not recorded here. There are a couple of studies which show, and this is important, which show that mother tongue medium children who learn English at grade 4, that is 4 years after they start schooling, may show poorer English reading, writing, and comprehension skills compared to the English medium counterparts at the beginning of the program, that is at grade 4 level. Whereas the English medium children obviously do better because they have been learning English from grade 1. But in 5 years of learning of English, that is by grade 9, the mother tongue medium children catch up with their English medium counterparts. So when you compare them at grade 9 level, the differences disappear, and they have performed the mother tongue medium children who learned English only from grade 4. By grade 9, they catch up with their English medium counterparts who have learned English right from the beginning. So it seems when children learn their mother tongue and then learn English after 3 to 4 years, they learn English at a faster rate, and in about 5 years achieve the same level of competence in English as the English medium children exposed to English from grade 1, except, of course, in verbal fluency, in which the English medium schools were better. Early development of mother tongue proficiency comes at no cost to effective learning of English and other languages, as Jim Cummins has suggested in his linguistic interdependence theory. So who gets the benefits? The upper and middle class children who already have a lot of material, attitudinal, and socialization support for English get more, and the poorer ones who do not have such support get less of the benefits. The Matthew effect studies show that clearly, number of studies on that. The social class, rural-urban differences are also found to increase over number of years of schooling, showing what some Indian researchers call the broomstick phenomenon. The widening gap between the poor and the rich, the rural and urban children in terms of English competence. So it's not only the Matthew effect in the beginning, the English-rich children are having more or better English, but also the differences seem to be increasing. A large number of disadvantaged children whose parents aspire for a better future for their children end up acquiring neither English nor academic competence. They do not get the benefits and continue to have limited opportunities despite being in English medium schools. Nehru was concerned, our first Prime Minister, was concerned about English knowing caste in India and their distinction from the masses. Now, there are English knowing subcastes, excellent English, average English, and poor English in different groups. So, whose development does English promote? English has been called a killer language for its relationship with other languages, the subtractive effect as well as negative impact on linguistic diversity. But it doesn't have to be so. English can contribute. I have a cold and throat problem, so you have to excuse me for that. English can contribute being a part of the multilingual mosaic of the post-colonial societies. Learning of English needs to be relocated in the framework of mother tongue-based multilingual education. I cannot elaborate on the framework, but let me share that experiments on MLE projects, including our own multilingual education plus projects or plus intervention that Professor Minati Panda and I implemented, have been positively evaluated. So the NCERT evaluation of the Odisha program and the NMRC's evaluation of the program in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, two states in India which have started experimental project of mother tongue based multilingual education, have been positively evaluated, not only for better academic achievement that is promoted in these schools, but also for better community attitude and teacher attitude, better classroom participation of children. What is more important is in Odisha, for example, English is introduced in grade 3, whereas almost in all other states, English is introduced in grade 1. It has been found out that even in the mother tongue medium, mother tongue based multilingual education programs, children seem to be doing well in English. Let me caution, add a note of caution telling you that even if the programs show that the mother tongue based multilingual education children seem to be doing better than their counterparts who are taught in a language other than their home language, the level of performance is still not adequate, somewhere around 40 to 50%, not beyond that. Therefore, perhaps not too much of an optimism. It's too early to have that sense of optimism. But one can hope that as we streamline the program of multilingual education, mother tongue based multilingual education for children, perhaps things will improve. Let me also add that considering the success of the initial projects, Odisha, which is one of the tribal states with nearly 23% tribal population in the state, has increased the number of languages in which multilingual education programs are offered. Out of 22 tribal languages which are now recognized by the government, in 19 languages, the mother tongue based multilingual program have already started. Recently, that last year, we, NMRC collaborated with the government of Odisha in developing a policy for mother tongue based multilingual education in the state. Odisha happens to be the first state in which such a policy has come up. I have sent many of you whom I know copies of the policy document, but those of you who would like to have a copy of the policy, you can always ask NMRC or one of us for a copy of the policy. Now let me conclude, not with take-home answers for you, but some questions. The question is about choice for English and its role in development. Is this choice engineered by imperialistic design, as Robert Phillipson showed 23 years back? Is propagation of English agentic? Attributing agency has been seen as undermining the freedom of language users to choose. Progressively, the process of expansion of English seems to have become autonomous, appearing to be agentless. Perhaps we have moved from the linguistic imperialism to the agencies such as the goddess of English, who has gone underground, leaving us to believe that there is this ghost of English which has captured popular imagination all over the world. Whatsoever may be the nature of agency, choice of English as a language of development is an imposed imperative that benefits some, disadvantages many. Yes, the common users of languages have freedom to choose. But for a free choice to exist and to be exercised, there has to be viable alternatives and full information, knowledge, and understanding the implications of such a choice. Otherwise, the choice of English is like that of a visually handicapped person who chooses to walk right through red light. Is such a choice informed? Is it free? And is it desirable? That is the question which each one of us has to ask and to answer for our own selves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it is one of the inspiring, provocative, almost breathtaking with some facts as being a UNESCO functioner. Some of the slides really shocked me, but I think you did this for purpose, no? But as you see, on the example of English as a medium of instruction, which actually makes the life decision for children who are going to school to proceed further with their development and using this English as the medium by which they can develop their personality, their thoughts, they get their knowledge, they build their career, or it is a failure. Since I'm today in charge of the data, I can tell you 1.5 billion learners in the world, they are learning in English. That is the largest group. The next group is only French, which counts with 82 million, then others below. But these examples actually shows that issue. Closer? Should I speak louder or without microphone? Okay, thank you very much for listening to me, because you're answering my question. We see that issue of the mastering the learning and education in mother tongue becoming number one issue before they switch to medium of instruction in English. I do remember when I met first time the big computer mainframe. It was 1975, which was bigger than this meeting hall. And they let me to ask, I was a child in the school, but they let me to ask question. And I said, any question? Yes, any question. They can teach anything. Now they can decide anything in your life. I said, okay, can you help me to learn English? Because at that time I was having no English. I don't think I'm having still full English, but British Council trusts me to chair the session. And the machine asked me just few questions, and after that said, you are not smart learner. I said, why? You have around 18,000 Russian words in your vocabulary, and you have only 250 words in English vocabulary. And how do you want to say the same three things as you're saying in Russian in English? First, you learn words. And that time, that was a major principle in Soviet schools, where English taught like, you know more words, English words, then you will be speaking freely. And by the time when I arrived to UNESCO for the work, I had many English words, but I was not able to use them to say anything. But I was saying, yes, I understand this word, this one, this word, this word. But gluing was not. And I think this is exactly example what Professor given us from Odisha. There is people using English as a goddess. I like it. I think for my next UK visa, I have to go there and put some flowers. But I would like all of you to think through what Professor said and give your reflections, brief comments, and questions. I think we have something like 10 minutes. Am I correct? 15 minutes. I said 10 minutes, you didn't respond. 10. Okay. Any questions?
This is Geeta Dorerajan.
You may have to speak to the microphone.
Yeah, I am using the mic. Professor Mohanty, this is something about, you had stated something about English being, that we can see it as a healer language. Now, in the context of multilingual, mother tongue-based education, which NMRC sees as a formula for maybe some groups of students, what would the role of this healer language be? How would you see English? Not as a killer language, but as a healing language. I mean, a little more of detail on that we thought would help.
Thank you. Would you mind to introduce
If
yourself
I have
to us for
understood
the
you
participants?
clearly, you want me to comment on how can English play not the role as a killer language. That's probably what I was trying to address towards the end when I said it can be a healer language, not a killer language. See, the killer language tag comes to English from two counts. One, it is learned subtractively by children and by people who learn a language. And second, wherever English has expanded to, it has adversely affected the linguistic diversity of the country. That's why I said that it is necessary to align English to the multilingual social reality of many societies. You know, the whole dominance that Minati was talking about, what is needed is more egalitarian perception and treatment of languages, and policies which would not provide the kind of importance that is now given to some languages over others. That is the first step. And then the second one, which I said that, and I think in the last Language and Development Conference in Cape Town, that was my address about, locating English in the multilingual education framework. If English is developed, there is nothing against English. A multilingual society should have the openness to accept English, or for that matter, any other language. But English has to be founded on strong mother tongue development. Many of the people of my generation in India, Professor Patnaik being senior, and me, and perhaps even some people who are younger to us, we are all educated in our mother tongue. English was not a language which was taught to us right from the beginning. I learned English from grade 6 onwards as a subject, not as a medium of instruction. But that enabled me to go into higher education, university level education in English. And that probably is the model we need to go back to. Develop mother tongue of children, provide education in mother tongue as the medium of instruction, and then once children develop mother tongue to a sufficient level of competence, bring in English, or for that matter, any other language. So, mother tongue based multilingual education is the framework that is necessary.
Thank you. If you ask shorter question, professor will answer you shorter. I can collect another question. Sorry, I promised to this side. Let me keep it equality. No?
Sir, this is Hiral Karnawat.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is Hiral Karnawat from Hyderabad. Just I want to know actually what is making people crazy to send their children to poor quality English medium school? Only this thing, sir. Actually, what is the reason behind this?
Well, one has to look at, I touched on that issue when I talked about the agency. Earlier when Robert Phillipson talked about expansion of English, he talked about a engineered process, a design by some organizations in the world, and particularly the English-speaking countries, to spread English for various other benefits and other purposes. I think over the years, what has happened is the choice of English has become more internal to different societies, primarily because the language is now linked to economic prosperity, better opportunities, and all that. So the power of English actually accrues to it from the economic benefits, the social priority, and the policy priority in different countries. And the lower economic strata people do not want to be left behind. And that's the idea for the English goddess. One of the Dalit students of Jawaharlal Nehru University, my university, he left this, he was inspired by the Dalit philosophy and wanted to do something for the Dalit people, for their emancipation, and he thought English was the language for that kind of emancipation. And he designed, I do not know if you saw the slide very well, he designed the statue of the goddess of English modeled after the Statue of Liberty, except that the goddess was holding a pen and a book in English and putting on a hat as an indicator of the kind of emancipatory consequences of learning English. So the popular belief that has continued in many, not just in India, but many of the Asian and African countries, now contribute to that. Therefore, I think it has become more invisible agent, something which is internal to the societies, to the people, and that is why I called it the ghost of English now, which is controlling the societies to incite them to learn more of English.
Thank you. One more question. And I don't know, should I ask people who can ask questions, they should be not only from India?
Yeah,
Please.
Zubair, so I will just go over the border to Pakistan. So I am Zubair Torwali from Swat, Pakistan. I have been educating mother tongue literacy, mother tongue based education in Swat areas in the northern Pakistan area. There are so many languages over there. But when we really educate for inclusion of mother tongue in education, either in the public sector or in the private sector, the parents, they come up with the demand to teach to their children only English. And as you said, English is a language of development and power and all economic opportunities and all these things. But still we believe that education through mother tongue is better than in any other alien language. But does there exist any model, empirical model, where we can say that, okay, education through mother tongue is more effective than learning a language directly, an alien language directly?
Yeah.
Did I make sense?
Yeah. Are you from Pakistan? Did you say Pakistan or?
Pakistan.
Yeah. Okay. I do not know if Professor Tariq Rahman is here. He has spoken of the apartheid that English education is bringing to many societies. And quite a number of researchers in Pakistan have talked about the adverse effects, including Professor Coleman here in his report, adverse effects of English medium education on children's academic achievement. I think I agree with the comments and observations.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I have there 3 pairs of eyes which says shut the questions, because you can ask these questions from Professor. He's going to be here until the end of the conference, no? You're not flying out. It's not like me. You will not see me today afternoon, but tomorrow I'll be here. I want just to, first of all, to call your attention that the issue of the mother tongue or home language start as a language of instruction. It's always debated. It's always debated in many countries, in many societies. It was many experiments done. But more we discuss, more we have a proof that the start, if you speak with your mother from your early age and that language, and your education learning will continue on that, then you would be able to change to the second and third language easily. And usually when people just to change to one language, then the third and fourth language is coming very much easily. And they master better. If they have a good scores in their own languages, then those kind of learning, say, skills goes for the second language as well. And regarding that, UNESCO actually celebrates every year on 21st February, International Mother Language Day. And that is especially, we keep promoting that the issue of the languages, it is not only for using for economics, only for some kind of revenue or benefit. It's actually your own use. We've been debating with Professor yesterday. I was saying my younger daughter, she started putting the PIN code to iPad before she starts speaking. And I said, how now you will explain that the language is actually basis for thinking? That means she starts thinking without able to explain. And that is another, say, debates for today's world, when we are start having a new evidences where the language mastering, it is not only that language what we understand, there is many other aspects of the languages which not necessarily should be written or spoken, but it should be by sign. This year, International Mother Language Day had been devoted for inclusive education, inclusive language education. for my surprise, being in UNESCO for many years, I never thought that the sign language actually also different in different languages. I was always thinking, if you have a sign language mastered like in UK, then you can come and speak freely in the same sign language to the Hindu-speaking people, which was not the case. And there is many other issues where actually many people are not able to benefit from the first things learning because of the language barriers. And the language barriers, when it comes to the mother tongue, also goes beyond that. There is the people who are actually not able to use their own mother tongue for different reasons. But we always have to keep thinking about that, and the examples from Orissa are tremendous. UNESCO had a study last year through 7 districts out of 8 districts of Orissa, why out-of-school children not coming back to school. There is a right to education in India, which say every child from 6 to 14 must to go for the free, compulsory elementary education. Why they're not coming? We ask, there is a provision where out-of-school children, in order to join, to be mainstream to school, they have to go through the special training. And what we discover actually in special training, most of the special training are not considering the tribal areas or tribal children's own language. That's why they come, they fail already through the special training. That's why they don't even reach the school. Or if they pass the special training, in the school, the language, let's say, enabling environment is not up for them. They don't have the reading materials. They have to have bigger letters, even on the grade 7, if they join on that age. But textbooks are not longer available in the bigger scripts because they're done only for the primary school. So these issues, actually the most issues for which this conference, I think, have to look. And thank you very much, sir, for very inspirational, provocative, and very, say, interesting findings. And again, thank you very much for introducing another Indian god. I keep counting how many now I know after 4 years, but it seems it's countless. And I would like to ask all of you to give a round applause for Professor. And just a few words about the chairing the session. I felt myself like a pilot of the plane, where pilots usually has a time to speak at the beginning, saying, we are taking off, our journey will be 45 minutes, fasten your seat belts, and there is a professor, enjoy. But now there is a new duty for this pilot. I should give the token for the nice speech to professor. I don't know what is inside. He doesn't know what is inside. That's why please take this photo. If something else... And my last word about professor. He is a tremendous fellow, very tremendous fellow. By all his life, he keeps proving that language and English is not dangerous, only if you use properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohanty, and thank you very much to our pilot, Alishir. Just 2 very, very quick announcements. For the tea and coffee, if you come out this door and turn right, you can enjoy the autumnal sunshine in Delhi. And if you're a speaker, out this door and straight ahead of you is a speaker's lounge. So if you need any help with setup or where your room is or anything like that, you can find British Council representatives who can help you out. It's also good if you're chairing one of the sessions, if you want to meet the speaker, the speaker's lounge is the place to go. Okay, thank you very much. We'll be starting at, oh, I've lost my track of time, 10:45, is that right? 11:45, sorry. 11:45 sharp for the next parallel sessions. Thank you.
my presentation. This can be taken away. I'll just stand here and read it out. Okay. So,
power backup is
मेरे ख्याल से बीस मिनट भी नहीं चलेगा तो नहीं आप रहने दीजिए मैं कर लूँगा
Let's now start the session. I have immense pleasure to invite and also introduce Dr. Giridhar Rao, a friend and colleague of mine who works in the similar area, has similar interest, and with a lot of passion that I think we all share, you know. So Dr. Giridhar Rao did his PhD from Hyderabad on science fiction, and then very smoothly migrated to the areas of language policy, multilingual education, and very keenly and currently keenly studying the linguistic diversity of this country. He also works on linguistic human rights. He writes blogs on these topics in English and Esperanto. In fact, he has access to one unique language that most of us do not have. He's unique in that way. And we have been meeting in many conferences and to discuss language policy of this country. And I know he has a very critical take on teaching of English in school as well as higher education. So I invite him to deliver his lecture on the illusory promise of English in India, democracy, language, and marginalization. Thank you. Welcome. Dr. Rao. I think we'll go up to 12:45 or 1 o'clock. When do we? 12:45, I think.
Okay.
So how will it be? You take 35 minutes and
30
then
minutes, maybe?
10 minutes, yeah, 30 to 35 minutes, so that we can open the floor to
Sure.
audience for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. I'm representing here both my university, the Azim Premji University in Bengaluru in India, as well as the World Esperanto Association, La Universala Esperanto Asocio. The Esperanto movement engages deeply with the themes of linguistic democracy and more generally language and development. Indeed, the deliberations of this conference will feed into the conference organized by the World Esperanto Association in April 2016 in New York on language and the sustainable development goals. I invite those of you who are interested to also join our study group on language and the United Nations. I'm calling my presentation The Illusory Promise of English in India, Language, Democracy and Marginalization. We know of many examples of the hegemonic spread of English worldwide. What about India? This presentation tries to map the current place of English in the multilingual landscape of India. For this, we need to know something about the language hierarchies in this deeply unequal society. We need to know of the emancipatory promise of English as a way to bypass these hierarchies, the state of the education system in India, and what can be done to move towards a more empowering multilingualism that includes English. The country, like many others in the region, is multilingual in complex ways, depending on what one counts as language and what as dialect. We get a variety of estimates of the country's languages. Similarly, the number of English speakers in India has various estimates, from no more than 1%, according to a 2009 government report, to almost 1 in 3 Indians, according to a 1997 poll by a magazine. Clearly, this range does not offer a basis for judging the spread of English in India. However, what is clear is that English is increasingly perceived as a key factor in social and economic mobility. One indication is the mushrooming of English medium private schools, the doomed schools that Professor Mohanty spoke about this morning. Nearly 30% of children in 2012 were enrolled in private schools. With an annual growth rate of 10%, half of India's rural children, half of the children in rural India are expected to be in private schools by 2018. Private tutoring, too, has expanded considerably. Further, increasingly, government schools have an English medium section side by side with a non-English medium, with non-English medium sections. However, as Professor Mohanty demonstrated in the morning, private and government schools often are only nominally English medium. The actual teaching happens in the regional language. We will look at the education system more closely in a moment. In India and in the South Asian region generally, livelihood arguments for English are one part of the story. Livelihood arguments that it improves chances of livelihood. Another part of the story in these societies emerges from caste-based discrimination, still a daily reality for many, not a rumor, as some have claimed. Unsurprisingly, languages too are deployed to maintain and reproduce caste inequalities. Institutionally, through the education and legal systems, for example, and culturally, through mass media and the film industries, for example, some dialects are valorized as standard languages, while others are deprecated as mere, even impure dialects. Evidence for these rigid hierarchies and discrimination abounds in writings in various genres by Dalits, religious and linguistic minorities, and women in many Indian languages over the last several decades. Here are 2 examples to get a sense of how language hierarchies function within caste and gender-based discrimination. In a poem called "From These Stubs, Steel Nibs Are Sprouting," from these stubs, steel nibs are sprouting, the Telugu poet Sikhamani, 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 recalls becoming aware about caste discrimination. He says, and I quote, "When in literary discussion my two Brahmin friends found my language inept, my suspicion came home to stay." And later in the poem, someone asks, "Is Sikhamani SC, a scheduled caste?" I mistook him for an OC, for an other category, other caste, judging by his poetic sensibility. And the poet observes, "This distinguished person's thoughtless compliment hardens my suspicion. I cringe at his confidence that only a certain caste can write poetry." Speaking of his steel nib as a sword, Sikhamani menacingly concludes in Telugu, "It has just changed hands," the steel nib. "It has just changed hands and no longer recognizes you. No Manu to save you now." Marathi is another literary tradition with a vibrant body of writing from the margins. In The Story of My Sanskrit, Kumud Paude, P-A-W-D-E, Paude, describes her even greater transgression, that a woman from a caste that is the lowest of the low should learn Sanskrit, and not only that, also teach it, is a dreadful anomaly to the traditional mind. As she reports, all sorts of indirect efforts were systematically made to prevent me from learning Sanskrit. "You won't be able to manage. There will be no one at home to help you. Sanskrit is very difficult," etc., etc. But I was firm as a rock, she says. At university, she encounters the head of the department, a scholar of all India repute, she says. He didn't like my learning Sanskrit and would make it clear that he didn't. And he took a malicious delight in doing so. The sharp claws of his taunts left my mind wounded and bleeding. In a way, I had developed a terror of this great Pandit. His manner of speaking was honeyed and reasonable, but filled with venom. Even as she appears for job interviews, the taunts don't stop. In other places, the moment I had been interviewed and stepped out of the room, there would be a burst of derisive laughter. I would hear words like sharp needles. "So now even these people are to teach Sanskrit. Government Brahmins, are they?" And the ones who said this weren't themselves Brahmins, but so-called reformers from the lower caste who considered themselves anti-Brahmin and talked of the heritage of Jyotiba Phule. They flogged the mass of lower castes with their caste consciousness, and yet they found it distasteful that a girl from the Mahar caste, which was one of the lower castes, should teach Sanskrit. This then is the other part of the story of English in India. English holds the promise for Dalits and other socially excluded groups to bypass the rigid linguistic hierarchies in the other Indian languages. The emancipatory potential of English must be seen in the context of this anti-Dalit discrimination and the cultural politics of Dalit writings in various Indian languages. African American writing in English was an inspiration for Dalit writing. In a discussion of Dalit literature at one of the colleges set up by Dr. Ambedkar, a couple of scholars said that it should be revolutionary literature, a literature that takes us forward, a literature like that of America's black people. The dramatic declaration of English as the Dalit goddess represents an attempt to create an alternative hegemony that can challenge both traditional linguistic hierarchies as well as the elite appropriation of English. As English in India becomes widespread, it is called upon to serve many functions. Among those are the aspirations of the traditionally marginalized as a tool for social advancement, to equalize opportunities, and to recalibrate historical power equations, as we saw from the examples above of Dalit narrative. In order to serve these needs too, English medium education in India needs to reconfigure its relationships in the language economy of India. But is English a panacea for India's educational crisis? There are two major reasons, I think, to think of this promise of English as illusory. The first is a systemic reason, the state of the education system in India. The second is pedagogic, to do with the need for mother tongue-based multilingual education. The crisis in India's crisis in learning has been meticulously documented, as we will hear more during this conference, by the annual Status of Education reports, the so-called ASAR reports, a citizen-led survey of some 700,000 children. These surveys test reading and arithmetic skills in every district in rural India, As their website explains, all children between the age group of 5 to 16 are administered a floor-level reading test in the language of their choice. The test is available in 16 Indian languages. The survey finds that in 2014 in rural India, only 48% of the enrolled children in the 5th grade, in the 5th class, only 48% were able to read a second standard textbook, a grade 2 text. That is, 52% were not even able to do that. Over half of our children are at least 3 grades behind where they should be. Further, this is a declining trend. 54% of the students were able to do this task 5 years ago in 2010. Even in India's best performing state, Himachal Pradesh, nearly a quarter of the children are 3 years behind. This is in rural India and mostly in the mother tongue, but we're not talking here about children of indigenous peoples and linguistic minorities. What about India's elite schools? In 2011, a study of 89 top schools, as the report called them, all urban Indian and English medium, of course, concluded that performance in class 4 is found to be below international average. However, Indian students catch up in the 8th grade, mainly due to their achievement in procedural questions, which require straightforward use of techniques. The study also compared students in these schools to an earlier study conducted by the same organizations and reported that learning levels were found to be significantly lower than what was observed in 2006 in the same schools and tested on the same questions. The fall was highest in mathematics and English. The study comments, our top schools don't promote conceptual learning in students. Our results show there has been a further drop from the already unsatisfactory levels of 2006. And a recent international comparison was the 2009 PISA test, PISA exam, Program for International Student Assessment, which compared 15-year-old boys and girls from 74 countries and territories in mathematics, science, and reading, 74. India figured 73rd. Students from only 2 states participated, the report in Tamil Nadu and Himachal. The report concluded that 15-year-old student populations in Tamil Nadu and Himachal Pradesh were estimated to have among the lowest reading literacy levels of PISA 2009, with more than 80% of the students below the baseline of proficiency. Whether in rural or urban environments, there are many household factors, as we know, that contribute to a child's learning. Parents' educational achievements, especially the mothers, parental involvement in education, family income, and paid private tuition. As the ASER 2009 report notes, once these factors are controlled for, the contribution of private schools to the child's learning is negligible. The learning differential between government and private schools falls drastically from 20% to a measly 5%. And Azim Premji Foundation report, Private Schools Are No Panacea, goes even further. It's a 2013 report. It suggests that, contrary to popular perceptions, private schools are not adding any value at all compared to government schools, as in the children's main subjects. Previous analyses, like the ASER report, asked a rhetorical question: are private schools really performing better than government schools? The answer is no. APF, the Azim Premji Foundation's school choice study, as it was called, follows a different methodology. Government school children in 180 villages in Andhra Pradesh were offered a scholarship, a voucher, to study in a Telugu medium or an English medium private fee-paying school if they wished to. Then the 3 groups, the scholarship children in private schools, the non-scholarship children in private schools who were already there, and the children in government schools who did not move, were all evaluated over a 5-year period, 2008 to 2013. Analysis of 5 years of test data show that the scholarship children in private schools, children who voluntarily shifted to private schools, perform no better than their counterparts in government schools in Telugu, English, mathematics, and environmental science. This observation over 5 years implies that private schools have not added any significant value to the learning achievement of these children. Indeed, the data suggests that those who shifted to English medium private schools performed significantly worse in both mathematics and Telugu compared to those who shifted to Telugu medium private schools. That is, the persistent illusion of English as the path to a better education once again turns out to be false. This is further borne out in interviews with parents of the scholarship children in private schools. Parents indicated that they are happy with the private schools. The APF report concludes parents are possibly evaluating school performance, school outcomes on softer factors like uniforms, discipline, attendance in schools, both of teachers and children, and social standing in the community. And this is no doubt that much truer of those who send their children to English medium private schools. The ASER reports, as well as the private school reports and the APU study, all indicate that it is not easy to convince communities that English medium education and private schools do not automatically mean better learning. Just 1 in 5 Indian students who finishes 10 years of schooling enters college. But given the quality of the education that the student has had, it's not surprising that he or she struggles, not least with English, the medium of higher education in India. It is a familiar fact of Indian higher education that while the mandated medium of instruction is English, the default language in the classroom is the local one, as one scholar notes. Not surprisingly, Indian students enter higher education and the workplace with inadequate English skills. One company reports that it rejects 92 to 93% of applicants for poor English. About 65 to 75% of applying engineers are also rejected for the same reasons. Indeed, for students preparing for professional courses, mainly engineering and medicine, the language situation is often even more dire. Millions go to private English medium cram schools, usually after the 7th or 10th grades, in order to train for countrywide and statewide entrance exams to these engineering and medical colleges. These private schools focus exclusively on mathematics and science with low priority for English as a subject and none at all for the local language. In an article titled English-Speaking Curse, the journalist Anjali Puri notes the result. The teachers make an important fundamental point, which I hear repeated time and again by teachers in other institutions. These problems have their roots in students being language impoverished rather than just English impoverished. That is demonstrating a poor ability in the regional languages too, and being virtually cut off from the humanities stream from senior school onwards. Thus, while the pressure is tremendous to privatize mass education and make it English medium, a body of research and voices in the media are appearing, providing evidence that is both research-based and anecdotal that counsels caution. The task is to make this evidence available to policymakers by locating it in the larger context of mother tongue-based multilingual education. The foregoing remarks should be seen in the context of what worldwide research tells us about mother tongue medium education. Decades of work confirm that learning is most effective when a child has 8 to 10 years of good teaching through the medium of the mother tongue, accompanied by gradual introduction of other languages, first as subjects, then partly also as teaching languages. This ensures a solid cognitive foundation for learning non-language subjects. It allows acquisition of other languages while retaining and developing the mother tongue, and it results in better learning of other languages when compared to non-mother tongue teaching models. Toves Kutnap-Kangas's research shows this again and again, and several others. These facts are routinely ignored the world over in assimilationist language policies for indigenous peoples. The result has been disastrous educational outcomes. In India, if indigenous children attend school at all, the medium of instruction is the dominant regional language, not the child's mother tongue. Together with other infrastructural barriers, this situation ensures that of the 22.5 million enrolled indigenous children, over a third are pushed out before the 5th grade. By grade 10, among indigenous girls in the state of Andhra Pradesh, the dropout rate or push-out rate is 83.6%. A quarter of all rural children attend primary schools where the medium of instruction is different from their home language. So, strengthening a mother tongue-based government school system is a critical component of any strategy to address the poor learning outcomes noted in the previous section. But this does not mean a rejection of English. However, it does mean rethinking the two most common fallacies about language education, quoting Philipson here, Robert Philipson, in the Indian context. For the indigenous and linguistic minority child, this relates to the regional medium of education, which is not his or her home language. For the child who speaks at home a regional language, these fallacies relate to English medium education. The first fallacy is that of early exposure. This argues that the earlier the child begins English, the better. The second fallacy is that of maximum exposure. This claims that the more subjects one teaches in English, the better. Early exit and early transition to teaching in a non-mother tongue have been repeatedly shown to give poor results. Teaching everything in a foreign language is precisely what promotes rote learning without understanding and kills creativity. In the state of Odisha, the coordinator of an education project kept an education diary, my friend Mahendra Mishra, where he documented the large gap between the enlightened policies of the federal government in New Delhi and the situation in the schools to which the indigenous Koya children go. Only after his patient explanations did the teachers realize that it is possible for the child to learn both the mother tongue and acquire the chief regional language. And that language acquisition can be additive, not necessarily subtractive. What is true of Koya-speaking children being taught in Odia holds for Odia-speaking learners being taught in English. Indeed, Odisha is also the site for a groundbreaking 2014 project on implementing mother tongue-based multilingual education for indigenous children. After decades of advocacy by researchers and activists, Professor Mohanty and Professor Panda here, among others, the state collaborated with the National Multilingual Education Resource Consortium to produce a policy document. The document surveyed worldwide evidence for MLE and made specific recommendations for MLE, multilingual, mother tongue-based multilingual education for Odisha. As the document notes, with 22% of the state's population being indigenous people, speaking 72 mother tongues, grouped into 38 languages, Odisha is in particular need for urgent action in this matter. Based on the policy document, the government of Odisha issued orders making the following provisions. MLE will be extended to all indigenous children in Odisha. The mother tongue will be the medium for the first 5 years. Introduce Odia in class 2 and English in class 3 as language subjects. The policy document recommended that English be introduced in class 4, in fact. Indigenous languages may be used as language subjects at the post-primary level. The policy document recommended that this be actively considered. Teachers fluent in the children's languages, as well as competent in Odia and English, will get priority in recruitment. A long-term plan to attract indigenous people into teaching jobs, and intensive teacher training for MLE pedagogy. Regarding the pedagogy of this MLE program, the government order says that it should effectively challenge the hegemonic positioning of some dominant languages and cultures, fostering a strong sense of identity and pride in the children's own languages and cultures. The Odisha government MLE initiative is one that respects the linguistic human rights of the indigenous learners. It has the potential to become a template for similar MLE efforts elsewhere in the country and indeed the region. Much, as ever, will depend on how it translates into educational practice. The domination of English as a medium for higher education poses enormous difficulties for students. Earlier interventions to address the issue have usually been limited to translating materials into Indian languages. Recently, however, a more systematic effort is to strengthen Indian languages as knowledge languages has been mooted. A Center for Indian Languages and Higher Education was set up in 2012 with the long-term objective of bilingual and, where possible, multilingual proficiency for teacher and student, a proficiency that would bridge the different knowledge worlds that converge in Indian higher education. The center, a consortium of several universities and institutions, seeks to create new materials in Indian languages and use them in the curricula. Such materials would necessarily involve not just textbooks, but also interdisciplinary readers, translations from other Indian languages, mediated translations from English, bridge materials for existing curricula, and non-print materials, including audio and video. Building digital resources would be a complementary task, says the coordinator, Tejaswini Niranjana. Simultaneously, the center is exploring strategies of bi- and multilingual pedagogy. At the policy level, the center plans to lobby to get bodies such as the University Grants Commission to validate Indian language work for faculty promotions and salary rises. Other universities like mine, the Azim Premji University, are setting up mechanisms to move away from English as the sole voice of the university. So in conclusion, thus, the craze for English in India has had multiple effects at various levels. A small number of urban and semi-urban, well-resourced private schools do produce English-enabled students who enter prestigious colleges and universities and later get plum jobs in the private and public sectors. These are the linguistic haves. However, typically these students learn English subtractively. That is, their other languages remain underdeveloped. But the demand for English in the country is high. The policy and market responses to this demand have been to push English down to earlier and earlier grades and to teach more and more subjects only in English. These developments, however, are happening in an educational system in which students are not learning well at all. This is at least partly because the pedagogy is not based on a strategy of mother tongue-based multilingual education. The result is a vast number of linguistic have-nots. Students who are from run-of-the-mill private schools and government school system and from the government school system in both urban and rural areas. For these academically ill-prepared students, English competence remains a mirage. Only a small proportion of these students enter higher education. There, one of their greatest challenges is the medium of instruction, English. These graduates generally remain at the lower levels of the workforce. English has certainly benefited the privileged, the economically well-off, and those with a tradition of formal education in the family. For the vast majority of Indian students, however, English promises much, but delivers little. In a country with increasing inequalities, English has become a source of social division and exclusion, thereby undermining the social justice agenda of education in a democracy, mass education in a democracy. Besides, India is heavily invested into integrating into the global corporate economy. Aspirations, especially among the young, are soaring. For both the health of India's democracy and in order to realistically prepare a workforce for a modern world, India needs urgent measures to resist and relativize the hegemony of English. English needs to be learnt, yes, well, but learnt additively, not subtractively, at the expense of other languages of the learner. Further, English must remain a part, but only a part, of the country's multilingual ecology. We need to stop English from becoming yet another tool that reproduces traditional inequalities and a hydra that gobbles up other languages. The false, illusory promise of English for the entire population is an existential threat for a large section of the Indian population, both the underprivileged and the aspiring middle classes. However, the examples of innovation in both the school system and in higher education are an encouraging trend. They show that it is indeed possible to confront this hydra. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. I'm really glad to hear so much of data put together to make an argument which should have been part of our intuitive knowledge, but it seems it is not. And so we have to bring in all these data to say that by changing the medium of instruction from regional language to English doesn't help in any substantive way, doesn't help us in any substantive way. In fact, it creates multiple disadvantages. In fact, I'll just take 1 minute because I relate to his talk in one way, then I'll open the floor to questions. I'm reminded when in 1993 we opened our economy partially to the world. I remembered reading Usha Patnaik's paper, which says that if we create enormous opportunities of the kind that opening of our economy to the world does, then it will privilege the better of people, people who already have education, more tools to take the advantage of new opportunities, and the people at the lowest rung cannot take the advantage of those. As a result, the gap between the rich and the poor will only increase. So poor, the economic and social status of poor may improve as well as of rich will improve, but the gap will increase. Nobody believed her. And now you have enormous data to prove it, and now people have started believing it. It was a simple logic. Everybody should have been convinced about it, but Usha could not convince. Now when you see in hard data the gap increasing, only then you believe. So what Dr. Rao presented should have been part of our intuitive knowledge, but he has to struggle to put the data together. See, in a language environment, if one language is not spoken, doesn't have enough support at home or in the playground, when we make that as the sole medium of instruction and also discourage children and teachers to speak in their mother tongues, we create huge disadvantage. You don't need a hell lot of research data or psychological literature or linguistic literature to tell you this. But now we have to harp on this with data. I'm very happy that he has put so much of data. Nobody can deny that English medium schools do not necessarily do better. Okay. And in fact, sometimes they create a disadvantage. We have 15 minutes, pretty much long time, I mean, quite good amount of time to take questions. So can we take questions from the audience now?
Yes, sir.
Congratulate you for an excellent presentation with statistical to support your argument and evidences. I congratulate you. However, I have few questions if you can substantiate further. I understand, and it is my belief, that language is a very important part to liberate and give freedom to human beings. And so we have done well to that extent. The other multilingual, I think there's the problem is posed. How much have you done to list or accumulate the various historical, philosophical, and also the cultural aspect of values that are either inherited or you have been inherited or whatever is been embedded values. I would be grateful if you can let me know in particularly. I hope I will not disappoint the others because I have not read some of this document. The second part, to have a higher relevance and personal relevance, both for social mobility and also economic mobility. The second aspect of that, yes, we agree with the ideas. This is something which we aspire, which is something which we hold very dear. However, whenever we either teach or make a documentation, we tend to translate.
We tend to translate.
We tend to translate. Translation is a transportation of ideas, and it is not an indigenous thing that reflect the inner core or aspiration of people. In this respect, how much work have you done? For instance, just to illustrate this as an example, the word democracy you have already mentioned. Obviously, the Kleisthes had invented this word in 508 BC, but there is a document in India where the two historians have worked on it, saying that democracy predates Greeks, and it was there in the Lichavi. However, I was trying to find out what were the exact word and terminology that used, because word being meaning, and it also reflects the values that have been passed, betrothed to us through the generation. So in that respect, while we are giving social mobility, while we are making them, empowering them with knowledge, also I would like you to tell us how much are we doing for the higher relevance, particularly in the philosophical and other levels. For instance, democracy words, not Loktantra, that is a translation. Liberty, you have in Sanskrit, but that is a translation. So wise. Thank you very much for the intervention.
Thank you, sir. The importance of translation for our languages, for Indian languages, is enormous. But it is equally important, I think, to transform our languages into knowledge languages in which knowledge texts are produced. So it is a project, very much an ongoing project. And as I said, now there are a few initiatives to do this systematically. The initiatives that were already in place, such as the Urdu Translation Bureau in Osmania University in Hyderabad up to the 1940s was an enormously successful enterprise, which was fairly successfully dismantled when the university moved from Urdu medium to English medium. So I agree completely with you that translation is an enormously important activity, but it cannot stop there.
Any other questions?
I see 2 hands there.
Hello, Dr. Rao. My name is Gunjan. I am by profession a teacher, and currently I conduct training workshops with teachers all across the country. So I've had the experience of having taught in a bilingual school. I have first-hand experience with children who learn bilingually and how they catch up. So all that I relate to. And now, since I am taking workshops with teachers who are teaching in those, very low-cost English medium schools in rural areas, so I also understand firsthand the damage that we are doing to our own education system, where the teachers themselves don't understand the basic English, and then they are transacting education, or that they're using books which are not meant for their children. So ultimately what happens is, with all those policies that are in practice and the students can't be detained, the teachers, they themselves told me that they sit with 2 pens, one blue and one red. So when the paper obviously is blank because the child does not understand the questions, not that they don't know. So first they write the answers and then they correct them with the pens so that the child is promoted, because otherwise they have no excuse of promoting the child. So this is the extent of damage that we have already done, and we are happily going on with it. So considering the work that you're doing, do you think it's realistic, also considering the aspirational value that we have attached with English and obviously the whatever economic advantages that it sort of holds up for us, do you think it's realistic at the center to go back to what you're saying that you've already implemented in Orissa? And if it is yes, we'll be very happy to have it back. When do you think realistically it's going to happen?
Yeah, sorry to hear all this. Yeah, it's really painful, that's right.
Yes.
As I said, enormous deal depends on convincing policymakers and communities that this is not a good idea. So the kind of study that the AP, the Azim Premji Foundation did in one location needs to be replicated in many, many places to show that, look, it is not the case that students are doing better after 5 years of moving to an low-cost English medium school. I think the task is cut out for all of us to make this more and more widely available. Perhaps Minati has some suggestions to how to go about it. They have been trying for 20 years now, Professor Mohanty and Professor Panda. It's a battle. It's a battle against very large forces. There was a hand here first. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Padmini Borwa, and I've been, what has been happening in terms of multilingual, MTB MLE, mother tongue based multilingual education, is really very promising for us. It's just that the reality is that there are these thousands of English medium schools, low cost, high cost. We probably also need to think about addressing how best to, what to do with children who are already studying there, because this is a phenomenon that is not going to stop. This is a parallel kind of a development. It's good to know MTB MLE schools are coming up, and I'm from the northeast of India, and a lot of very good work is being done there for language communities, endangered communities. One of the problems that we see in these English medium schools is what we term teaching English as a subject, as opposed to teaching English as a language. And I heard in passing, you did suggest, I suppose, somewhere, that a good policy would be something which lets a child learn in their mother tongue for 8 to 10 years, and then follow that by teaching English as a subject before moving on to English as a language. Could you make a distinction? I mean, how does one make a distinction? Could you elaborate on this, please? Thank you.
One approach has been to introduce the other languages as subject languages rather than content languages. And then one model that has been tried out is to alternate. So 1 year science is taught in Spanish, and the other next year it's taught to the same children in English, so that by the end of 10 years of such bilingual education, they are equally competent to understand and understand science in both English and Spanish. So there are various models that have been tried, but the foundational point, the basic point is, of course, that the cognitive skills of the child are best developed in the mother tongue. Hence, everything should be, as far as possible, in the mother tongue.
Can I answer these two questions, this one and the earlier one together? I'll just take half a minute. These are the questions we have been struggling. You know, the objective of this mother tongue-based multilingual education is not different from the kind of objectives we have now. The objective is to develop strong linguistic skill in children. Now, the hitherto used paradigm doesn't help us. We have semilinguals or very poorly proficient, children, children with very poor proficiency both in English and in regional languages. Okay, so why we engage in a paradigmatic talk is because, nobody says that they should not learn English. No, they will learn English, they will learn Indian languages, but let's see what will be the best help to children, one. Second, what do we want? We want them to be good in mathematics, to be good in science, good, in other disciplines. The role of language in everyday world, in the playground, is slightly different from the kind of role it plays in classroom, because we deal with knowledge systems. So the children need some need to acquire the machinery of mathematics or of science, and language is mediating. If the language is not there with child at a particular level, then the child will not be able to get the machinery of the discipline. Now what is happening that the child knows, suppose, Odia very well, but we don't teach mathematics in Odia. We teach mathematics in English. So we create double disadvantage for the child. So we are talking about how to make these learning process easier, and also do in a manner that the child not only gets an entry into substantive disciplines, also gets, actually language is a tool, so you start with that. Child has necessary linguistic skill and the tools to get an entry into these disciplines. So how to help the school system produce strong bilinguals or multilinguals? That's what we are talking about. And the programs that we have now is not helping. The earlier one, what Professor Mohanty was talking about, English was introduced in class 4 or class 6 as a subject. Large part of teaching was done in, when I studied in Odia medium school. When I went to college, I was one of the topper, and when I went to college, in 15 days, people figured out that she's good in maths. It's not small college, so they figure out. They were not surprised. If you are from Odia medium school and if you are doing well in mathematics, it's fine. In fact, if you are from convent school, you may not be necessarily doing well in mathematics. Yeah, that was the belief. So Odia medium schools are better in mathematics. Students coming from convent school are better in some other. So, that system did work. I'm not saying, replace the present system with that. No. I'm saying that the current system is not working. And all these new promises that the poorly funded, poorly conceived, low-cost English medium schools are giving, it's dangerous. I think this country all countries have to seriously think about it, because they're mushrooming. In UP, they are in many, thousands now. Some of them are not recognized. Parents don't mind that. So long you wear a tie, you are well-dressed, you are carrying a bag, you look basically mediated image of a English medium child. So long you conform to that, it's fine. Okay, let's take some more questions.
I think we have.
Yeah.
The organizers.
Okay, the one person was raising hands since. So we'll take the last question.
Dr. Rao,
Yes, sir.
my name is Pema Wangdi. I'm from Bhutan. Bhutan is a very small country with a population of less than 1 million, but linguistically, it is a rich country. There are 19 different languages within a population of less than 1 million. The English is the main medium of instruction, and national language is also one of the mediums, but it plays a very limited role. The concept of mother tongue-based multilingual education is extremely new in Bhutan. But I like the idea, and you have proved that that is one of the strategies to counteract the dominant role of English as the medium of instruction. But I see there could be several challenges, especially because many of the languages of the world are not written. In fact, of the 7,102 languages, only 300 are written. Specifically, it's only 286 that are written. So many of the languages are not written, and even in Bhutan, only one language is officially written. So when you introduce this multilingual, mother tongue-based multilingual education, how do you develop this teaching, learning materials? I see that as a big challenge because, particularly if the language is not written, and even if you use an existing script to write that language, but still developing these resources would be a major challenge.
Yes, it is
and
a major challenge.
How do you overcome this?
It is a major challenge
Thank
for
you.
many languages of indigenous peoples. And this is a longer conversation. Perhaps we can have it over tea.
It's not, it's good that he took the question from you. You can discuss outside the room, after this session so that others can, attend other sessions. Thank you, Dr. Rao. And it's my pleasure to hand over you a small token given by British Council. It actually has your photograph and it's a memento.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
of the Sino-Tibetan language family, and only one, which is a Nepali Bahasa, which is spoken in the southern part of Bhutan, belongs to Indo-Aryan language family. And national language is Dzongkha. The reason why Dzongkha was chosen as a national language is because this is the only language which has writing tradition. And all other languages, apart from Nepali, are not written in Bhutan. So Dzongkha apparently was the obvious choice as a national language. And the language policy of Bhutan is briefly enshrined in the Constitution of Bhutan. One of the articles, one of the sections in articles enshrines that Dzongkha is the national language of Bhutan. And then in another section of another article stipulates that language and literature are to be preserved and promoted. So I particularly feel that this is a sound language policy because it provides a clear framework to develop and promote national language on the one hand, and also to preserve and promote other languages of Bhutan on the other hand. In the school education system, English is the main medium of instruction in Bhutan. And Dzongkha, our national language, is only taught as a language subject at the moment. And as a matter of fact, it plays a very limited role, even the national language. And although we have the official policy to preserve and promote other languages of Bhutan, but the concept of mother tongue-based multilingual education is very, very new in Bhutan. And I look forward, this workshop, this conference has been an eye-opening one for me. I'll be taking back a lot of information, and I really look forward that I will have to create awareness back home and see what we can make progression in that. Yes, as I said, English is the main medium of instruction, and Dzongkha, our national language, is only taught as a language subject at the moment. And at one time, because Dzongkha as a written language is quite new. It was written only in 1971, and about 3 decades, in my opinion, is extremely short period in the evolution of language development. Although we have the official policy to document and preserve the other languages of Bhutan, but honestly, we have not been able to do much so far. But we do collaborate with foreign individual researchers and students, people who are registered for this linguistic PhD courses. They choose Bhutanese languages, so we support them. And just to give the brief background of the other languages of Bhutan, many languages of Bhutan would fall under the category of endangered languages. Just to compare, although there are several definitions of language endangerment, generally linguists say that a language is safe if it is believed, if there is a possibility that children will speak them in next 100 years. And a language is not safe, is threatened with extinction if the children will not speak them in 100 years. And technically we call it moribund. A language is a moribund if the children are not speaking them now. So going by this definition, almost all the languages of Bhutan apart from the national language, and two others, the Nepali and another language spoken in the eastern part of Bhutan called Changla. Apart from these three, all the languages of Bhutan would fall under the category of endangered languages. And three of them are critically endangered. And as Osama mentioned in the morning inauguration session, one of the dialects of these endangered languages, called Olekha, has got only one living speaker. And she is over 86 now. And when she dies, that language dies together. So from this workshop, we really look forward to take home a lot of information, ideas on the preservation of other languages. I cannot really say just now whether multilingual, mother tongue-based multilingual education would be feasible in Bhutan because, as I said, almost all the languages are not written, and I cannot imagine teaching, introducing mother tongue-based education for an unwritten languages, because developing teaching resources would be a serious challenge at the beginning. Even if we utilize the existing script, although it can be written, used to write other languages, but I still see a lot of challenges because languages differ. Languages differ in their sound systems, in phonology, the grammar, and one script, although it can be used to write another language quite efficiently, may not necessarily serve the same degree of purpose for another language. So we have a lot of challenges, but still I look forward to do something, taking ideas from this conference. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So our third speaker's name is Mr. Harun Mohammed. He's the Director for Teacher Professional Development in the Department for Basic Education, the equivalent of Ministry of Education, but in South Africa. Thank you. And he has very quickly prepared some slides for us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. I'm hoping my few slides are on, but what I wanted to do is follow the prompt that was given of celebration and problematization. And you'll see as I go along, South Africa is a very interesting case of things to celebrate, but also a lot of challenges to overcome. But let me begin with a personal account, because I think the personal is the political. I schooled from mid-60s through to mid-70s. At the moment, English is my strongest language. I grew up in a home in which I learned to speak Gujarati. I have a working understanding of a little bit of Urdu, and I was taught mechanical Arabic because I had to learn the Quran. As we grew up in South Africa, all the African languages were stigmatized and marginalized. So I grew up in that generation, and I would guess that my African counterparts who schooled in that system would have experienced what I experienced. As youth in the area that we grew up, we recognized that there was something wrong with the dispensation. And so some of us made the attempt to learn African languages. I started learning isiZulu and isiXhosa, isiZulu being the largest spoken language in the country, isiXhosa being the second. But my attempts have not been successful. So I'm just giving an illustration of the issues from a very personal point. I would have loved to have been a fluent speaker of most of the African languages, but at least one, and I'm not. So just a quick overview, because we were asked to do this. It's about 55 million people in South Africa, and I'm not sure if all my figures are correct, but I'm glad that there are South African colleagues here who will correct me as we go along. 45 million, the majority of South Africans are indigenous African, and 9 of our official languages come from that portion of the population, but there are a number of dialects and forms of African languages which are not recognized as official. We have about 6 million people of European descent who mainly speak Afrikaans. I'll share the figures with you just now. English is the second most widely spoken language, but we have Portuguese, Italian, French, German, Russian. In fact, almost all the European minority languages which are minorities in South Africa. There's about 2 million people of Indian descent, people like myself. The strongest representation is Tamil, followed by Telugu, Gujarati, Hindi, Urdu, and Arabic. And then 4 million people of mixed descent who speak mainly Afrikaans, but also English, and there may be people who speak some of the minority European languages. So I'm hoping that's clear enough. That's the map of South Africa, and the representation of the usage of the languages is done alphabetically, but you'll see isiZulu is the largest spoken. In fact, I've got another slide which shows that more carefully. So there's the representation of the usage of the language. English standing at just below 10%. This was a 2009 graphic that I managed to get hold of, so it should be around 10%. Afrikaans is higher, and then you got Zulu and isiXhosa. But the problem is the majority of South African learners have to be instructed in and examined in English. So can you see the inversion, the challenge that we've got? And so, not surprisingly, if I can just maybe go to that one quickly, you'll see I put in South Africa we use 4 principles that drive our system. It's access, quality, equity, and relevance. Now, in terms of access, between 1994 when we had the democratic transition to now, we've moved access from around 60% of learners being in primary school to 100% net enrollment, and about 90% in the secondary school sector. But if you look at our results profile, we perform less well than countries on the African continent who invest less in education. And so, although there's a lot of speculation around this, some of us are of the view that language is at the center of our problems. I've had the opportunity of looking through the national certificate, senior certificate exam scripts, as well as we now do what we call annual national assessments in all the grades. So all the children in the primary school up to grade 9 participate in language and numeracy or mathematics national assessments. And if you look through the scripts, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that the majority of the wrong responses arise from the fact that the children are not understanding the question. And particularly if you look at the maths and science grade 12 or exit examination papers, that's the case. About 70% of our teaching force is black African, whose home language is not English, and whose language proficiency is, English language proficiency is quite low. So the celebratory part of our policy is after 1994, our constitution reserves the right of all languages to be given equal weight and use. Children and parents have the right to be taught in the language of choice. But this is where the difficulty comes about. If you look at the profile of South African schools, if I can speak for my own children, for example, although they are mixing with children of different backgrounds, which opportunity we didn't have when we grew up, they still don't have access to African languages. Although the good news is that from next year, we're introducing a policy called incremental introduction of African languages. So every grade 1 classroom in the country that is not offering or using an African language will have to start learning an African language. And we're hoping by 2025, that generation of South Africans will be able to, who do not use an African language, will be able to at least have conversational African language. But it's a struggle. We started this program about 4 years ago, and the initial introduction year was 2014. We're now into 2016, and the difficulty we're having is we don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough textbooks, and we don't have enough materials with which to present the languages. And then because of having to train teachers and having to access the teachers, we were struggling with finding a budget to be able to provide for the policy. So in a nutshell, the point I'm making is that our constitution and our language and education policy is up to speed with the most progressive policies in the world in terms of multilingualism. But in execution terms, we are falling very far behind precisely because of the issues that I've raised. There's not enough time, in my view, devoted to the policy. There's not enough resources in terms of people and in terms of the materials and textbooks to follow it through. But we're quite excited because what's been very interesting in a number of the surveys, and maybe Zubeida, who's sitting here, she's done more research than I have, but I've been involved in this field for about 20 to 30 years. In almost all the surveys that were done, particularly with black African parents, they choose to send their children to English-speaking schools because, as in the plenary you heard, they see it as or at least our sense is that they see it as the strongest means to economic empowerment. But quite a large number of them are now recognizing that it's actually to their disadvantage because the language is being lost, the heritage is being lost, and so there is an increasing lobby, I'm not sure how strong that lobby is, of children in the middle class segment who are insisting that the schools actually are faithful to the policy of offering the African languages. So a number of what we call previously mainly schools of European descent are actually having to offer African languages because of parental pressure. And I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
So many interesting issues already coming up. Our final speaker today is Mrs. Maheshi. I'm going to try the pronunciation. You can tell me. Nera Suriya? Yes, okay. Who is from Sri Lanka and from the Ministry of Education and a specialist in English, if I have that correct? Can you just present that yourself? Thank you. Sorry to get everyone. National languages. I think it's
Thank you, Kedi. I am Mahesh Veerasurya, Director of Education, English and Foreign Languages from the Ministry of Education. Sri Lanka has two major languages, which are Sinhala and Tamil. English also widely spoken, and it was the official language in colonial era. After independence, also it was used as the official language, then medium of instruction in education. After 1956, government changed, the policy also changed. Then government decided Sinhala must be the official language because the majority of the country were Sinhalese. Medium of instruction in schools must be Sinhala and Tamil. There were good points and bad points of this issue. The policy has been criticized by many people. There were people for and against. Some socialist researchers pointed out this issue as also one of the major causes for the 30 years ethnic conflict we had to face. But presently, Sinhala, Tamil and English considered as official languages. Considering the language policy in schools, we have three types of schools, which are international schools, private schools, and government schools. In international schools, they use their own systems and exams. Some does British syllabuses and exams as London O-levels and A-levels. Some does American exams. However, the government has nothing to do with them. Most of the private schools do local syllabus in English medium. We have nearly 10,000 government schools. Primary education of these schools in Sinhala or Tamil. Government policy is children must get their primary education in their mother tongue. As the UNESCO representative in the morning pointed out, there are issues in this context, and most of the researchers are going on. But in our context, we see the quality of education is much higher in government schools than other international and private schools, though there are some issues, problems in the government schools. And also, after grade 6, that means after the primary cycle, we have bilingual education, which we teach some selected subjects in English, such as math, science, environmental studies. Because higher education or university education, engineering, medicine, science streams are in English medium, so this helps students who hope to do their further education in such streams. If we consider English, it is one of the major subjects in our school syllabi. This is our language policy in brief. When we consider our mother tongue, Sinhala and Tamil, our literary rate is around 97%. Most people in the country can read and write. As many South Asian countries, we have problems with English education because lack of teachers, resources mostly in rural areas. As the ministry, we try to find solutions, try to recruiting teachers, especially for these remote areas. We are struggling with the problems and hope for the best.
Thanks, I'm so impressed. Everyone kept it to less than 10 minutes, so we have a lot of time for discussion. And I'm going to take the liberty of talking just a couple of minutes about some issues that I think have come up throughout your presentations that people might want to ask about, as well as your own questions. One of the points that I think was made pretty clearly is that just changing the medium of instruction might not address all of the issues in education. I think that comes through pretty clearly, although we know that it could allow some good things to happen if we're talking about learners using learners' own languages in school. There's also a very interesting point that was raised by our representative of Bhutan, the idea of which languages are written or exist in standardized written form, the ease in usage or bringing them into the education system. Often I find that, I don't know the situation in Bhutan, but often I find that that is an excuse that's not actually true. That many languages do exist in written form, there's just not a lot of materials used yet due to under-resourcing and under-appreciation of what exists. Another point I think that comes up, especially when we think about South Africa's very interesting language policy, not only the idea that learners should have a chance to use their home languages, but they should also learn another South African language. That is also, I believe, a factor in Ethiopia with Amharic, a national language, being taught as a second language, as a subject in the school system. So that's a consideration that could help with some of the unity or the idea of creating a national feeling with using diverse languages, learning each other's languages. One thing that it seems to underlie your presentations but didn't necessarily come up as a term is power issues, right? And the differences even between, okay, we often talk about the difference between a dominant language or an international or official language and other national languages, but what we don't always talk about is dominance between non-dominant languages. Which languages have more power and why? It might be political reasons, or it might be reasons of which languages were chosen earlier to have a special status. And finally, I thought the policy-practice divide came through pretty clearly in the presentations, that we feel that children should have a right, or families should have a right to, that their children should be able to learn in their own languages, or even that the families should be able to choose. But are they well aware of what they're choosing? As Dr. Mohanty mentioned this morning, do parents really know what they're choosing when they might choose to use a dominant language over non-dominant languages or over multilingual education? I think I'll leave it there, and then we'll just take questions and answers. Maybe we can take a few questions, and then members of the panel can choose to address them or not. Shall we do that? Do we need someone who can run around with a microphone? There's a couple of microphones here, but the panelists will need them. People are pondering their questions, or it could be comments also. Birgit?
Hello. Is this working? You hear? Yeah. I'm Birgit Rokutne, University of Oslo, Norway. I've had a number of students from Sri Lanka, and my question is to a representative from Sri Lanka. And also, I knew Rana Vera, who was the head of the Curriculum Development Center years ago in Sri Lanka, but he's dead now. But I have quoted him extensively when he wrote about when Sri Lanka went from using English as language of instruction to using Tamil and Sinhala. And he wrote that what was so fantastic about that was exactly when it came to science and technology, that now the science came to the people. They could understand the science and maths because it came in their own languages. And one of my students from Sri Lanka who made a PhD out of the change when Sri Lanka tried to reintroduce English in science and maths, and according to him, that didn't work. So I was a bit surprised to hear what you said about that. Now his thesis is about 6 years ago. There might have been a change after that, but it just contradicts what he had found out in his big study of that this didn't work when it came to science and maths, that it was much better to have the teaching done in Sinhala and Tamil. So, like, comment on that.
Maybe we could do that, yes. Could I just mention that we're putting all of our panelists on the spot here. They may not be experts in exactly what your questions address, but of course we'll give them an opportunity to express opinions or whatever they know from their own backgrounds and specializations, and understanding that we're... Yeah. Do you want the question a little bit quick and clear question?
Can you clarify?
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, we just need to clarify that question. Can we give the microphone back to Birgit, please? Sorry, just a moment.
No, my question was, has there been a change the last 6 years? Because what he found out was that this didn't work, of reintroducing English, and that it was much better in the schools that he had looked at, the secondary schools, where they had Tamil and Sinhala, but reintroducing English didn't work. But now I thought you were saying that now you were teaching in Sinhala and no, in English, in science and maths.
Yeah. Can you just, I mean, Kandi, can you answer that question? Yeah. I think.
Great.
Should I sit down and answer or stand up and answer?
Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, I am Kandipan from Sri Lanka. I am working for GIZ. It's a bilateral agency between Sri Lanka and Germany. We are doing a project also in second national language. So come back to your questions. When we had our conference 2011, we touched that subject. I think absolutely you are touching the right point. Though the government introduced that medium of instruction to learn subjects in A level, advanced level, after the, I don't know, others can understand A level. After passing your secondary, higher level, you can switch into English as a medium of instruction, but it somehow, we face a lot of problems. You are right. So that's what earlier parents had some sort of expectation. Their children, when they learn the advanced level in the English language, they can go for global opportunities. But it was somehow failed, right? So now even there is one study research in the 2011 book, the Blue Collar book. So if you want, you can go through it. So I agree with your point. So medium of instruction should be in mother tongue, right? So rather than switching to English.
Thank you.
Thank you to the panel. My name is Vyoga Zivnomlom from South Africa, Cape Town. I'm just interested to get more information on the issue of language in Ethiopia. I was just interested in your presentation with regard to the issue of English and these other languages which are also used in education, the 44 languages, which I thought, wow, it's really incredible to have such a big number of languages in use in education. My question, given my background in South Africa, is that some parents, let me say not most, would take their children for English medium schools from as early as grade R. That is before grade 1. So I would like to know, in the case of Ethiopia, do you have such cases where learners would go to school and learn through the medium, not English as a subject, through the medium of English from grade 1? And in that case, when are they introduced to other languages? At what level would those students or those learners be introduced to other languages other than English? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shall I?
Yeah, I think because there's country specific, we might as well ask and answer.
Okay, thank you very much. So as I said earlier, almost 50% of our languages are now being used as medium of instruction from grade 1 to grade 8 for many regions. But some regions, have early transition to English in grade 5 or in grade 7, despite the policy. Yeah, regarding pre-primary, honestly speaking, pre-primary has always been administered by the private sector, and pre-primary education is mostly given in English. Yeah, especially pre-primary education are mainly found in the cities, like Addis Ababa. So students, honestly speaking, start learning in grade 1. So the majority of Ethiopian students, so they start in grade 1. But in pre-primary, yeah, it is English, which is a major one. But this is the case of only big cities. But the policy clearly states that nationality languages, local languages, or mother tongue should be used as a medium of instruction from grade 1 up to grade 8. And some regions switch for some political reasons. So I think there is animosity between the education and the government system. So it is the government system that imposes the transition to English. For example, in the southern part of Ethiopia, no decision has been made by researchers or academicians or education personnel regarding switching to English. So if I have correctly got your question. Yeah.
Okay, to be continued after the session. Next question.
Thank you very much. I'm Bonnie Norton. I'm at the University of British Columbia in Canada, but I've done a lot of work for many years in Africa, and I'm the research advisor on the African Storybook Project. So I have a question and perhaps a challenge for all of you, since you all represent policymakers. And one of the things that we find in the research I've done in many parts of Africa is that teachers are terrified of policy. And as schools are transitioning, most of them are transitioning from mother tongue to English, teachers are terrified of using the mother tongue as a resource in their teaching for fear that they are actually contravening policy. And yet we all know how important it is to have a flexible approach to policy, because kids need to learn and they need to draw on the mother tongue for learning purposes. So I guess my challenge to you, or my question to all of you, is how are you ensuring, or are you ensuring, that policy is taken as flexibly as possible within schools, so that teachers are not terrified to use the mother tongue as a resource as they transition
to official languages?
Great question. Maybe we better take a few answers. Do you want to just go 1, 2, 3, 4? Little response to that question about policy.
Yeah, but I agree to you sometimes. Yeah, but we need to, yes. Yeah, we need to do research, yes, but the politics, especially in, I think, South Asian countries, the politicians, they have their own policies. Sometimes the very pathetic thing is the policy change to government. So I think, yes, I agree to you, and we need to do research. And what is the best policy in the context of social, cultural, in the sense of the country.
Yeah, in our case, because of the realities, there are lots of instances of automatic code switching. So a teacher who's not proficient in English language will use the vernacular language to be able to teach. But as I indicated, our results are not matching the goals of the country. So we've got something I didn't mention in my presentation is that although the majority of South African teachers have competence in home language, their own language, because of the system of production, most of them are not qualified in those languages. So, we've got that challenge, but one would support, my response is flexibility is occurring whether we like it or not as policymakers. But perhaps the solution or suggested solution to the issues is that, as the plenary presentation raised the issue of what is the kind of English that we need to use to take forward, noting that English has had its colonial and disempowering effect historically. My own sense is that we need to democratize English. So the English should be familiar to the users of the English, and that should include possibilities of the flexibility that you're suggesting. But the implications of that is enormous amount of expert structured material development that would need to happen, and then teacher training and teacher professional development processes would have to be accompanyingly reorganized.
That's okay, it's okay.
The children in Bhutan grow up at least trilingual, their mother tongue, then the national language Dzongkha, and English. Because quite early on they have been exposed to English, because as I said, English is the main medium of instruction in the schools. Then I forgot to mention in my introduction, then we have a fourth language. It's a classical equivalent to Sanskrit kind of language, which is used in Dharma, the religion, and as a language of liturgy. So not many students have competency of that language, but still it is taught in the school. Some textbooks are still in that language, called Cheke, we call Cheke, literally the language of Dharma. Honestly, in Bhutan, the need for mother tongue-based education was not felt so far, precisely because the languages of Bhutan are closely related, although not completely mutually intelligible. But apart from this language, Nepali, Bahasa, which belongs to another language family, all other languages of Bhutan belong to the same language family, and they are closely related. And because of that, children have almost equal competency of that national language. So that way, as I said, the concept of mother tongue education in Bhutan is almost foreign, and there was no need felt so far. But from here on, I'm not sure what will happen. But there are two organizations, both are government. The one is the Dzongkha Development Commission, where I work, and the other is the Ministry of Education, and they are independent of each other. My organization looks after the corpus planning of the national language. We write grammar, we write dictionaries, bilingual dictionaries, and language reference materials. And like in other countries, the Ministry of Education takes care of acquisition planning, like enabling the students to acquire competency in national language and English. And although we work in close collaboration, but our mandates are different. So that way, whether to include this mother tongue-based education in Bhutan is for the Ministry of Education to consider, but from our organization, we would be very happy to collaborate, and I agree that that children learn better if they are taught in their mother tongues in the early stage of education, and also they make better transition. Now I'm fully aware. And from our side, our organization, we will be conducting same kind of works, linguistic works that we do on national language, on other languages of Bhutan from now on, although we are limited by resources, manpower, but still from now on, we would be happy to carry out the same kind of language documentation, research on other languages as we do for the national language. Thank you.
Okay, just I would like to say a few words about regarding your question. Yeah, like Bhutan, Ethiopia is also follows a multilingual education system. We have Amharic as a lingua franca. Amharic is the national language of the federal language of Ethiopia, and it is used as a lingua franca for many children. And Amharic is given also as a subject, apart from English, as a subject in non-Amharic speaking regions. In Ethiopia, it is used as a second language. So many children have the opportunity to learn, to know at least 2 Ethiopian languages and one foreign language, English. Regarding flexibility, yes, it is true that even if the policy dictates that English should be used as a medium of instruction in secondary schools, teachers don't have adequate English. Teachers don't have, the competence to use English freely in the classroom. So I think they resort to using their mother tongue. But the problem in Ethiopia is even mother tongue teachers are not well trained. So you become a teacher if you are, the speaker of that language. So without receiving, the necessary training as a teacher. Especially this applies to languages that are recently introduced in our education system as medium of instruction. So this is the problem that we are facing. But I think the good point is it is good to introduce, our national language as much as possible. So far we have used 50% of our language as medium of instruction. I think in the next few years, this number will grow, will increase, despite all, some challenges regarding training of teachers in the language. I think languages are like flowers and they can, bloom, and this is what I feel, yeah? Thank you very much.
We hope the policy blooms as well. Another question? Looks like we have time for at least one more.
Can I ask a question? We have time? Good afternoon, this is Neena Jha from Digital Empowerment Foundation. I do hope the question is relevant. I just wanted to know within the framework, the policy framework, because we have representatives from the government here, I would like to know if we have used or we have leveraged technology as an enabler for developing tools, applications for indigenous languages in these countries that we just had presentations from. Thank you.
If you don't have anything to say, it's fine.
Yeah, interestingly, in South Africa, we've just completed something called Operation Phakisa. Phakisa is I think it's a Sepedi word, meaning big fast. We've completed a plan for using ICT to enhance teaching and learning, and some of the papers that were presented were showing that we will be able to present African languages in a much quicker way if we use the digital media.
And you also use many of your South African languages in mobile telephones and other, yeah. Okay, sorry, just had to put in an extra word for South Africa. Anybody else? IT? It was a good question. Looks like we need to learn more too.
we have identified information technology as one of our planning frameworks that we can promote national language through modern technology. As a written language, our national language is very young, very new. It was, we have started writing it since 1971, although 3 decades, but more than 3 decades, 4 decades, but still in the process of language development, it is relatively less time, but still now we have started developing parser. We have just started, but we are not sure how on we will go, but we have also started developing optical character recognition and text-to-speech and speech-to-text, but we have just started. And this is a colossal kind of work. We need a huge database, language corpus. We need to analyze, do parts of speech tagging, and then come up with the formula with all the grammatical rules. But we have just started for the national language. And if this goes well with the national language, then we can use the same idea and apply it to other languages of Bhutan. Thank you.
I'm afraid we have to end at this point. Is that true? Are they okay? We have some gifts to present. I'd like to thank you all for coming and for your good questions and encourage you to continue the dialogue now that you know who our panelists are, to approach them during breaks and other times if you would like more information or to discuss these issues further. Thanks a lot to all of you for coming, for participating, and thank you very much to our panelists for your brave presentations and representation of your countries and what's happening in languages and education. Thank you all very much. It looks like what we have are some very nice photos of the presenters. So thank you for those. Yeah, very fast. So I think that's yours, Solomon. Unless it's for me to put up on my wall for. And I think this looks like it's from your presentation. And very nice photos here. Very professional.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
Thank you.
You look like an intellectual. I look confused. Should we be showing? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. It's great, and it's great that you called on your colleague. That's fine.
in Pakistan, and is also leading on the ASA initiative in Pakistan, ASA being the annual survey of education report, an initiative that I believe is across the region and certainly in India as well. I think it's regional, isn't it? Saba is a coordinator of the Learning Metrics Task Force for ITA, and together they're going to be presenting on the low-cost English medium private sector schools in Pakistan. So I hope you'll join me in welcoming them to the stage.
We often say less is more, but thank you so much for having us here and for carrying these conversations, which are indeed very rich. I've been hearing since I've arrived this morning in this conference. And I hope that what we have to share on Pakistan will further elaborate more dimensions of the issue. We are taking on data from the ASER, the Annual Status of Education Report survey, which, unlike India, works, does also urban as well as public and private. So other than just the public sector schools, we also look at private sector schools as well. So, much like what we are seeing in India, the landscape of public and private, we are seeing, the private sector expanding, but generally we see that the public sector is still a dominant education provider in Pakistan. However, its quality and its growth and governance are coming increasingly under constraints. 62% of the enrollment is in public sector education institutions and 38% in private, and it's rising. However, when we say that in urban areas, the private sector enrollment accounts for almost 75%, and it's growing. Sadly, the resources to education, which are a very big concern, and that's why the constraints in public sector continue to multiply, is that only 2% of GDP is being spent on education, and it is one of the lowest spent on education in South Asian region. And private sector, meanwhile, is galloping. So you're beginning to see both at primary and middle level a larger chunk which is going to private sector. And the question that we keep on posing is that, do we have the capacity to support this growth? Is the investment in private sector desirable? If the private sector is taking on and expanding and taking on so much of the enrollments, how do you need to address the issue of infrastructure and teachers and quality? Is low-cost private sector a public policy option? And we are beginning to see more and more the public financing through private provision, where public-private partnerships are becoming more and more a part of the mainstream public policy and the sector plan work which are emerging in all the provinces of Pakistan. This is a deepening trend. When we begin to examine the evidence on English medium instruction in Pakistan against school type, I think it's also very important to underpin this conversation in terms of what is the status of language policy in Pakistan, and many of you who have been working on this particular issue and for the region know that the quality of education is inextricably linked to the quality of instruction inside the classrooms. However, the issue of English as a language of instruction remains in a state of flux. There is a lack of conclusion as far as language policy is concerned. Many of us who've been sitting and fighting out on these platforms are still caught up in a post-colonial trap where the aspirational levels remain, the logic and the science of language and communication is what it is. However, when it comes to the politics of the issue of language policy, we are not being able to make any headway. So there have been policy initiatives to implement the English medium English medium instruction. We've had in the National Education Policy of 2009, and another one, by the way, much like in India, is under review for 2016. There is a huge endorsement that English should feature in the business of education and learning in schools in Pakistan. In the 2009 policy, whilst on one hand it gave a blanket support to English from class 1 all the way up, however, it did allow for flexibility for each province to decide what it would like at the primary level in terms of mother tongue teaching, first language, second language, and where would English come in. But particularly focus that at grade 6 or 4, they should be a focus on English, so children are able to cope better with post-primary and then eventually really post-secondary level challenges when it comes to language and the market. In 2009, the government of Punjab announced English as a medium of instruction across all public sector schools from grade 1 to 10. And there was a huge amount of debate and discussion whether it was the right thing to do, especially because the teachers could barely cope with Urdu, leave alone cope with English, and it was sort of done almost like an instant notification and said, in 15 days, all teachers will be trained to now focus on English as a medium of instruction in all schools. And we knew that would be fraught with all kinds of problems, but the government never listens to its experts or people like us. We became fringe phenomena soon, even in spite of our very loud voices and the fact that we do occupy a lot of clout in public policy. In spite of that, the government wanted to move on with taking this decision and saying that this may be an equalizer for public sector schools. If it's good for private sector, why not for public sector? And so be it. And so there it was. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, again, this is the province lying next to Afghanistan. They have just recently, interestingly, the same time as Punjab reversed, and we'll come to that, the policy on English as a medium of instruction. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, that's where Imran Khan's party rules, they decided that they are going to have actually English as a medium of instruction. Now that's another issue whether from the point of notifying announcements, political announcements, to what actually happens actually inside the classrooms is another story. But these kind of political statements in a democracy which is trying to see which dimensions really would win the largest number of votes, language plays a big role as well. And as I said, that there are big gaps between policy and practice. We realized that in Pakistan, and Asad had done another survey about 3 years ago, where we were looking also when we do the household data, we were trying to understand how many types of mother tongue are spoken really at home. And we, in that survey of 2012, gathered 2012 and 13, gathered 44 languages that are spoken. These are mother tongues spoken at home. And so there's a huge diversity of learners' backgrounds, the mother tongue and regional languages. So when you make a decision that you're going to use English as a medium of instruction, it is against these kind of realities, this sort of diversity, that those kind of decisions are being made, and very abruptly, without really much consensus. Also, the issue of teacher language proficiency and confidence, not just in English, but also other languages, is often very low. And we see that again and again, and that is through the ASA surveys that we've been doing since 2009. Our last of the first round of surveys is just being completed in 2015. And we recognize that, it's the challenges that teachers face in language that lead to the learning outcomes for children. We also have been involved with the British Council work on English language initiative in Punjab, particularly Pili. We did the research for over 2,000 teachers to understand really what are the problems, how competent teachers are in public and private sector in their capability of English. And as a result of that, there was a reversal to Urdu as a medium of instruction, at least for up till the first 3 grades in Punjab in 2014. Amongst all of this, as we also have new beginnings of provinces wanting to go their own way now that education is totally devolved to the provincial level in terms of policy, curriculum, language, 2 provinces. First, actually, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and one of my colleagues is here who will be presenting tomorrow, Torwali Sahab, they pushed for the mother tongue bill in 2012. There's been a sad reversal in that too. But in Balochistan, they've had the Mother Tongue Act in 2014 passed. But if you look at our work from the Punjab Education and English Language Initiative, called PEELI in short, and we were looking at the capabilities of teachers, there was a battery of tests, including the APTIS test and so on. But when we look at one question asked to the teachers, how do you use English in your classroom? If you look at the blue bars at the end, and you saw 3 and 6 and 5%, teachers feeling that I use English only in the classroom. Very few teachers in the public sector. Well, in the private sector, that was not hugely more. That was also coming to about 6 to 11% at best. And so one realized that actually both in public and private sector, teachers are not very comfortable on speaking English, and being comfortable with English as a medium of instruction. When we look at the rise of English mediums instruction in private school settings, and we see this as a demand and supply confluence. We see there's a huge demand for what is seen as aspirational English medium schools, and of course, lo and behold, there's a market response to that particular niche. So these schools, much like in India, are mushrooming across Pakistan. I was just talking to a young lady from Aligarh. Exactly this kind of a phenomena. English medium is really what everybody wants. And almost all private schools in urban areas who are charging fees have English as a medium of instruction, and I put it in quote unquote, because when it says that English medium, does it mean really English medium inside the classrooms? What happens? And Urdu is often offered only as a subject or another language. And of course, the quality of English language teaching and learning in these schools often coincides with the fee structure. The higher your fee is, the better the teachers you can technically afford, depending upon where you are and whether you have teachers available even with a higher fee. But at least there's a perception for the school entrepreneurs or edupreneurs who feel that they can perhaps hire or have more options of hiring better teachers with higher fees. However, what you see is that even when we are disaggregating fee by different fee bands, even as low as rupees 250 per month, you have
almost 72% schools which are in English medium. So all the way up to, of course, 1,000 plus, and there you have 99% of schools which are, and when I say 250 to 1,000, it means all low-cost private schools within those age bands, those fee bands. It doesn't mean that 1,000 means high fee private schools. It's still low cost, but amongst these bands. So there is a huge demand from 72% to 99% schools running even at the low cost fee bands as private, as English medium schools. If we look at the preferred medium of instruction between public and private, and this is, just to be able to share and embed the whole landscape for you, for Pakistan, before my colleague Sabah shares the study with you, we see that there is a preference in the public sector. If you look at the left-hand bars, and you look at 5150, you look at primary and middle level, there's a comfort level in public sector to have Urdu medium schools. And then if you move along on the right-hand side, you'll begin to see that there is some preference at primary and middle for English, and perhaps a little bit more for bilingual. Whereas in private, you see definitely a more robust trend for English and for bi or multilingual medium of instruction and approaches, because I suppose that's what's come closest to the reality over there. So if you look at the low-cost private school space, and this is a little bit dated still, but things are changing so fast. Almost about 11 million children are being served, or about 30% or so of the enrollment. 20% of the total institutions currently in Pakistan belong to the low-cost private schools or affordable private schools. About 550,000 teachers, and that keeps changing also. And I just want to add that unlike India, our coaching is there, but it is not as rampant as it is here. And I do want to underscore that we do not have, we have a high level of coaching, perhaps 1 in every 4 children going in private sector to coaching, but not, and somewhere in some mega cities a little bit more, but we do not have the kind of prevalence of coaching as we have in India. But the low-cost private schools are really a very fragmented segment. The average student body is from 205 to 386. You have chains of low-cost private schools as well. And the student body again varies from 70 to 700. Those that survive will survive. Those that cannot survive will just end in another, die and come back again whenever. But English is always flagged as a medium of instructions. Most of the school operations are funded from the fees collected from the parents, and the fee range can be as low as 10 all the way to 2,000 per month, but there's an average of about 753 as we've seen from our survey. I would request now, so it just gives you a sense, and to please hold on to any questions that you may have. We'll come back to it later on, but maybe my colleague Sabah will present the evidence on LCPS sector from Pakistan. Sabah.
Thank you, Bela, for setting the stage. I will just present the evidence on the LCPS sector, followed by what our study aims to do and what are the findings. So, Asar Pakistan shows some trends of private schools, where we see that of all the sampled children aged 6 to 16 years, 61% of the private school children of 61% children in rural areas are going to private schools, and only 61% in urban areas are going to private schools, and only 27% from the rural areas are going to private schools. A similar trend is seen for the children aged 3 to 5 years, where 81% of the children in urban areas are going to private school and only 46% from rural going to private schools. This is the same trend which Bela has also mentioned at the start of her presentation, that in urban areas, private schools are catering to almost 75% of the children. Similarly, when we see the low-cost private school trends from Masr, Pakistan, coming to maybe the learning levels of children, we see that low-cost private schools are actually doing better than their government counterparts. 59% of the low-cost private school children overall are able to read English sentences as compared to only 45% from government schools. Similar is the trend for Urdu and for mathematics, where 67% of the children of low-cost private schools are able to read a story, as compared to only 50% of their government counterparts. So we do see that when government results from government schools are compared with low-cost private and private schools, private school children and low-cost private school children are actually doing a bit better. What our study is about is basically, Bela has already set the stage that on one side there is the public sector where the standards of English language teaching may be lower. Then there is the private sector where it's a bit higher than the government sector but still not very high. But then there's preference at least to use English as a medium of instruction. Then we have the policy level debate where in some provinces we want to go with English medium instruction, and in some provinces, after seeing our evidence from researchers and learning outcomes, we want to go back to the policy of using Urdu medium instruction. So what is actually happening is our low-cost private schools, which are English medium, catering to poor children of the country, are they offering better standards of English language in teaching? This is what our study is all about. We see that quality of instruction is perceived to be invariably linked to the medium of instruction at school, amongst other factors. Parental demand for English is high, which has led to the mushrooming of private and low-cost private schools. Because of the uneven governance challenges and other issues, the number of children attending private schools is increasing every passing year. So this study basically investigates the access and learning issues within the low-cost English medium private school sector by distinguishing between schools that are English medium and those which are not. There are two basic research questions. One is, to what extent are the low-cost English medium private schools affordable for the poor and the poorest quintiles of Pakistan at various fee levels? This is basically an equity question. Equity is an overarching goal. It has been outlined many times by the global development agendas, by national goals, that of all the children in a country, even this is an article 25A in Pakistan, which basically guarantees that every child aged 5 to 16 must get a quality education. So to what extent are these low-cost English medium private schools affordable for the poor? The next question is that if these are affordable, are children learning better in these schools? Are their learning outcomes higher than the government counterparts and those which are studying in non-English medium schools? So we see that learning levels in Pakistan low-cost private schools are higher on average than its government schools. But are these differences distributed equally across the sector, or are only the ones who are going to English medium schools doing better? The methodology that we use is the same derived from Asr, Pakistan. We have tried to investigate the affordability and quality certification of low-cost English medium private schools. 600 households per district are surveyed in 30 villages of Pakistan, which are selected randomly. 20 households per village. 1 government and 1 private school in each village is surveyed. Asr is a national level survey. All provinces, including Punjab, Sindh, Balochistan, KPK, GB, FATA, and AJK, rural are covered, along with 21 urban cities. But here for LCPS, we are mapping only those villages where information on low-cost private schools was available and collected. Asr Pakistan scale is like we surveyed 2,80,000 children aged 3 to 16 years. The children who are surveyed fall into the age group of 5 to 16 years. 165 total districts were covered, 144 rural and 21 urban. The ASER assessment tools are prepared for the following categories or domains. One is reading comprehension, words, letters, stories, which is in Urdu, Sindhi, and Pashto. Then is arithmetic, English, and general knowledge. So basically 4 competencies or domains are tested, which is reading, maths, English, and general knowledge. Assessment tools are very simple. It's called a floor level test, which is based on class 2 level curriculum for English and Urdu, and class 3 level for maths. So how have we identified this low fee private schools? Low fee should be based on affordability for the poorest by definition. Ilm Ideas, which is a leading organization in Pakistan, working on education in Pakistan and low-cost private schools in particular, have identified a low fee band as those who are charging below 208 rupees per month in 2014. So the study they did in 2014 identified as those schools that are charging below 208 rupees come into the category of low fee band. There's another definition which says that 4% of income at poverty line, that is 600 rupees per month according to the World Bank. So it comes out at 240 rupees per month. So based on these 2 definitions, we identified schools charging fees at or below 250 as low fee private schools. Our sample divides low-cost private schools into 3 main categories: low, middle, and high. As Bela also explained, that high doesn't mean a high fee, but amongst the low-cost private schools, more than 1,000 come into the high fee band. The sample for ASER Pakistan, the sample that we conduct with the sample that we use for this study, 11,000 schools and 7,000 children are being 1,100 schools and 7,000 teachers are being 7,000 children are being have been surveyed. So the findings: percentage of children attending low-cost private schools by wealth quintiles. The wealth quintiles are poorest, poor, richest, and rich. A wealth index was created using strata and regression analysis. So we find out that even the poorest in Pakistan are opting for English medium schools. Of all those who have been identified as the poorest of the sample children, 73% are going to English medium schools and only 27% are going to non-English medium. Even the same trend goes for the poor children, where 77% of the poor have opted for English medium education as compared to only 23% who are going to non-English medium schools. Obviously, the percentage for English medium goes higher as we move towards the richer quintile and richest. 83% of the rich have opted for English medium, whereas only 17% of the rich are going to non-English medium schools. So this basically tells us that poorest are opting for English medium schools, or in other words, English medium schools are able to cater to the poorest and poor of the country. If we see the same trend by fee bands, we did it with wealth index in the previous slide. Now we look at the fee bands. We see that those who are going to the school who is charging less than 250, 72% have opted for English medium and only 28% for non-English medium. Now this is for the low fee band schools who are charging less than 250. For those charging between 250 and 1,000, 95% of the children have opted for English medium and only 5% for non-English medium. And obviously for 1,000 and above, there is no child who is going to non-English medium because the fee is higher. They are offering English medium instruction at schools. When we see the learning levels by wealth in each band, we see that 45% of the poorest children who are going to less than 250 school are able to read at least words. When we see the similar trend for English medium, we see a slightly higher percentage of children who are able to read at least words. We see a contrast here. For the non-English medium private schools, 45% of the children in less than 250 fee band are able to read words. But in English medium private schools, almost 60% of the children, of the poorest children against less than 250 fee band are able to read. So what does it all tell us? It says that even in the poorest quintile, 73% of the sampled children are going to the English medium low-cost private schools. Only 1% of the sampled children in the fee band of 1,000 and above are going to non-English medium low-cost private schools. This is about the affordability and equity question. That is private sector catering to the poor and poorest children of the country? Yes, it is. According to our very basic analysis, which has not taken into account other variables in differential treatment, we see that low-cost private English medium sector is catering to the poor and poorest. When we come to the learning levels, that are these children learning better than their counterparts in non-English medium private schools? We see that against the fee band of 250 and below, which is the low fee band amongst low-cost private schools, 45% of the poorest going to non-English medium private schools are able to read at least words. In contrast, 59% of the sample children going to English medium private schools are able to read at least words in the same fee band. So on the surface, it appears that low-cost English medium private schools are an equalizer. But are they really are? Is it a big question? Because it calls for further and deeper interrogation, which takes into account maybe other variables, differential treatment. We have only looked at learning benchmarks at the floor level. We have not explored higher order competencies, such as those that are being propelled under Sustainable Development Goal, particularly Goal 4, which is ensuring equitable and inclusive education for all and lifelong opportunities. And also the 7 dimensions of LMTF. LMTF learning, just to clarify, Learning Metrics Task Force is a global initiative which has basically given out a set of recommendations in 2012 that children or the learning outcomes should go beyond literacy and numeracy to include other higher order domains as well, such as what are children, are children able to understand social and emotional skills? Are they doing well on cognition and critical thinking? Are they able to take care of their personal hygiene? Are they able to understand science and technology? We have not incorporated that into our analysis. Our analysis takes into account a floor level test of grade 2 curriculum. But if we see the higher order competencies that are being propelled under the Global Development Agenda and the LMTF dimensions, would the results be still different? Would low-cost private schools still appear to be the equalizer? Would children still do better than those who are learning in non-English medium private schools? So these are the big questions. As long as the conversation remains at the very basic level, we may be tempted to make for or against statements in binaries, which do not support the entitlement or capability functions of a successful citizen. Given the rapidly changing and complex demands for livelihoods and lifelong learning at local and global levels, this does merit more comprehensive and multi-layered interrogation. We have just set a stage for this kind of discussion where we see that maybe low-cost private schools and private schools are increasingly catering to the demand of English medium instruction. But then it is yet to see that what is the extent of their success and what can we do to make it sustainable. That is all from us.
Thank you very much. That was a really interesting and informative presentation. I'm sure you'll agree. And I always find discussions around the low-cost private sector fascinating, not least because they do seem to provoke quite emotional responses in many people, also in academics, people who are very pro low-cost private schools, people who are very against them. So I think it's really interesting to be getting this evidence out of Pakistan and looking at actually what's the learning outcomes that are coming out of them. But I also agree that all of the recommendations that you've made at the end for further research that is needed, and I think that's something that's needed in India as well and in other contexts. So we have time for several questions, so if anybody would like to ask the speakers. Yeah.
Before that, I just wanted to add one comment again, that, as the public sector begins to go en masse for low-cost private sector support, this is a question that's coming again and again in the debates as the new policy is being done, is to, how the government conceptualizes
the low-cost private sector, and how it decides to finance, and is it going to just, and on whose terms will it finance, and to what extent will it finance issues of quality in these schools. So I just wanted to say that there's really a buzzing discussion that's going on right now as we speak, and I'm sure some of the questions from here may inform that discussion.
Absolutely. I think it's the same in India, that public-private partnership model and who those private players are and how that will impact on what actually happens in the schools, I think is a big one. Okay, are there any questions? Yeah.
Thanks very much. John Simpson from the British Council, Sub-Saharan Africa. Just a very quick comment and one clarification question, if I may. You mentioned that under the aegis of the Pili project, the data collected there was sufficient enough to convince the government of the Punjab to reverse its policy and to revert to Urdu medium of instruction in, I think, the early grades. And so from our perspective as an organization, I think that's very gratifying to know that we have been able to play a part in doing that, in supporting mother tongue multilingual based education, because sometimes we are misunderstood as which promotes English to the exclusion. So I think this for me is a really good example of how we have been able to be influential in the other direction. The clarificatory question really is about the ASA study. Particularly the reading assessment. I'd just be grateful if you could clarify the nature of that test. You mentioned it as referring to reading words, and does that mean that it's actually about their ability to read aloud? Is it the number of correct words per minute, or does it also include a test of their comprehension? How well do they understand what it is they're reading, as distinct from their ability to actually read words off the page, because the latter could actually give quite a different sort of set of results, if you're actually testing for meaning or understanding, as distinct from just reading words aloud from the page. So I'd be grateful if that could be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should I
Please,
respond?
yeah.
Okay, so just quickly on to the last question first, and I will do a comment on your comment. But so the Urdu or the Sindhi test goes from nothing to letter to word to para to story. But for English, it goes from letter to word to a short para with understanding. And normally the way the method works is, because it's clever, you take it, because the child can be anywhere from 5 to 16, you start in the middle so that if the child is unable to cope, say, with a word or a para, you go back and all the way back till you establish whether the child is at a nothing level or a letter level or a word level. So it's as I said, it's a flow level test, as we said in the morning as well. And so the methodology is that, and then it holds. But for English, it does do a little bit of comprehension as well. And we can share those with you, and they're online available, all those tools. But coming back to the Pili story, so of course, I mean, none of us dare have much influence over British Council, but it was not, no one lesser than Sir Michael Barber in one of his stock-taking sessions, which happens every 2 months in Punjab, as he sat there and the ASA result had just recently been out, and again the Chief Minister was depressed that why Punjab is not being able to make headway in quality. Well, they said, sir, not only does the ASA test, but even the PD test showed that the teachers are really unable to cope, not just in the public sector, but even in the private sector. So it's not just that. And I think that sort of did it. And they said, you know, this AMA's decision to have English medium all across will, you know, will go into another review. And soon the decision was taken that at least for the first 3 grades, it should be mother tongue, and then build on the other languages, including English. And I think British Council was also pushing for that. So I think that's how we all, in many ways, converged on this issue.
Thank you. Can we take another question? You can ask a question.
Because I think there's some people who are from different countries also. And I'm just wondering, you know, from our point of view, I mean, this is a burning issue, the whole issue of English language and that as a medium of instruction, particularly in the emerging or mushrooming private sector. I wonder, you know, what is the story, say, in Sri Lanka, if there's people from Sri Lanka sitting here, or if there are people, you know, sitting from Bhutan or somewhere, because I think that's such a, I mean, we also are trying to find out how other countries may have resolved this issue. In our part, we are not being able to make a decision on the issue of language. There is no such thing as a language policy in Pakistan. So currently that's what we are really suffering from, and trying to push that, you know, if their language is not right, how will the child ever feel competent as, you know, as the child becomes a citizen or a youth or anyone, because this is, the learning challenge is a very big challenge, and the language lies at the heart of it. So if there's anyone who would like to volunteer or share with us.
What's your view? Do you feel English and English is better or the mother tongue is better?
No, a lot of us obviously always feel that the mother tongue is much
Sorry, can you
better.
repeat the question also, then it'll go on the webcast as well.
I don't know.
I was just wondering, like, what's your view? Because here you did not show the difference between the mother tongue and English. You just saw the private and the public.
Because the story of mother tongue, why we didn't pull out mother tongue was there's only one province in the country which has mother tongue, which is Sindh. And the story of Sindh is a disaster. Nothing to do with actually the mother tongue. It's the entire approach and the totally zero investment to mother tongue support. So in Sindh, which has fought right from the beginning for its position on mother tongue, because it's the only province in the country which had mother tongue teaching. And the learning levels are worse than FATA. I mean, that's that border area between Pakistan and Afghanistan, where there's nothing. So their learning levels have now have plummeted to the worst. And it's, as I said, it's got nothing to do with Sindhi or mother tongue issue. It's the totally zero level of investment made in the preparation for teachers, in the pedagogy for mother tongue, in the support for mother tongue. So you have the story of this one province on mother tongue, and so if we pulled out those results that we have, by the way, in ASER, what do they show? So we, of course, feel very strongly as an institution that there is no substitute for mother tongue. Mother tongue is absolutely critical, but we have no evidence of mother tongue teaching or investment in mother tongue, proper mother tongue teaching, to share the evidence that actually by doing, you know, 6 major steps, you will see these as learning outcomes. We do not have that robust scientific evidence to say that a province invested this and look what this resulted in. No province has still decided, whilst there is the Mother Tongue Act just passed about a year ago in Balochistan, which is wonderful, which has got at least 7 active mother tongues, at least 7. There are many more, there are about 25. But the big ones. And if there's going to be no investment, a law will not do the trick. So you'll have a law, there are so many laws passed, but if there's no investment in mother tongue, you know, it's not going to do what we all want so passionately for mother tongue to do, particularly for young children.
Asma Lone, Lahore Grammar School. So I'm no foreigner and I have no expertise in what you asked at all. However, I've also worked with Lodhra Government School. I'm sure you are familiar with it.
Yeah,
it's a small town next to Multan.
Yes, yes.
Lodhra School. I went there with Tareen Foundation They have adopted government schools and sort of turned them around by providing teachers better salaries and equipment and all those. They have done wonders over there. There's no doubt about, I mean, I was highly impressed by what I saw. There were these rural children who were doing speeches, and they had grounds where rollerblading was happening, and so on and so forth. However, coming back to the question of mother tongue versus English being used as a medium of education, instruction. Sorry, you want to say something? I found evidence where I would agree with you that there were children who were doing very well in their academics at grade 9th and above because they were doing sciences in Urdu. They were learning all those terms in English, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and so on and so forth, but the rest of the subject was delivered to them in Urdu, which I think made all the difference. And I would like to be guided by you as well before I go next.
It's I mean, there are many experiments. She was referring to experiments, I think much like in India or other parts where there's been, philanthropic public-private partnerships for supporting rundown government schools and how transformations do emerge. And in Pakistan, the government is looking at pure public-private partnerships where the government is going to give per child cost to education management organizations, private sector, to come and support rundown public sector schools because they feel that they're not managing them better. Now, I mean, the arguments for those run both ways. Why is government giving up its space and letting others do it? And why is government giving up its job? But I think coming back to that other question that you raised was why there is a preference for what is seen. You must have seen the multilingual mode or the mixed language mode, because children do not feel, when their teachers will say, you know, you're supposed to only do English medium instruction, and I saw in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa where they decided that it would be all English medium, that they could not speak even Pashto because they were coming from Dari or coming from another mother tongue to Pashto. Pashto was as alien for them as Urdu was. So they had to translate 3 times before they could get to English. So it's a disaster to go to English in that way. And so obviously there is a preference to that. But I remember in our work that we were doing in Balochistan, when we asked, would you prefer Balochi or Brahvi, another language, to be there, they said no. And the reason was, and we said, why? Because the kids speak that language and we should start from there. They said, but there is no market for this language. The market is Urdu or English. So I think those are the kind of decisions, that hard, painful decisions that parents may, and I've seen those even amongst the Rohingya Burmese who are in Karachi, for example, in the mega cities who've come, who have learned to forget their mother tongue so that they are not recognized, so that they can have access to market, so that it doesn't interfere with their chances of survival, you know, as migrant communities. And that migration and all of this has become a reality of the day. So the language issues are like burning issues. Just yesterday I was with the Secretary of Education in Sindh and I said, sir, do you know you have to make a decision on a mega city like Karachi with almost 20 million, 30 million people living in the city, how are you going to make a decision that on the recruitment of teachers? We have 40% children speaking Pashto, we have X% of children speaking Bengali, the others Punjabi, some in Sindhi, and you are only hiring teachers with one profile. And what will happen to all these children who are coming as displaced people to this mega city in search of livelihoods and support and survival, and we have no teaching profile to suit the needs of these children. So these are complex issues And that's why we are aching in Pakistan as to why we do not have a language policy. Why do we not have a commission to address some of these fundamental issues? And I don't want to leave aside the issue of English. English remains an aspirational language. It is. I can't sweep that away. However, there is no clarity on it.
I think, sorry, can you just have the mic?
Until you have a market which allows non-English speakers to excel, you have to teach English as well. And only proficient English speakers will rise and attain successes. That's the reality. You cannot deny them this language at any level. You go online, you get to know the whole world through being online, and that's all in English. So there's no debate over there. Yeah.
We all agree with that. And I was just in South Korea for the Incheon meeting, and I was with the diplomatic team there, and everywhere the labor market quota for each country there's there, but who is preferred? Anyone who knows English. So these are really realities, and yet we have the Supreme Court ruling. I forgot to add that. Just recently the Supreme Court ruling 2 months ago that everything, the official language is now going to be, including the file noting on the files and everything of the civil bureaucracy, is all going to be now Urdu. So there's another story that's emerging on that now, in fact, all language, official language of the courts, official language of the bureaucracy is all going to be Urdu, even speeches now. So I think it's an interesting and a real scenario, a real melting pot. But I wish this conversation would go further for the country in terms of a policy.
Yeah, just one more question.
Yeah, well, it's a comment.
Okay.
Because you asked for examples from other countries, and I have a quite good example from Tanzania, where I've been working for many years with its private and government schools. That parents send their children there quite often to English medium private primary schools, and they think that this is the best for children. The reason why they send them sometimes doesn't have to do with the language. It has to do with that they're better resourced. Teachers are better paid, they're coming regularly, there are fewer pupils in class, they get textbooks, teachers get teacher training. All of those factors are extremely important. And we made an experiment in a village outside of Dar es Salaam, where the best school was a private school, got the best grades, and even poor parents tried to get money to send their children to that school. Then what we did was to have a government school give the children textbooks, the last 3 grades for all of the children, and had teachers going to teacher training, in-service teacher training. We couldn't give them higher salary, but at least they went to the training. And just those 2 interventions were enough for that school to become better than any of the private schools, got better results than any of the private schools. But what was a bit funny was that parents in the village started talking and saying, have you heard that that school has become English medium? It had not become English medium. And the teachers themselves also said, the reason why we're doing so well is that it's all Kiswahili. But we got these extra resources.
Thank you. I think that's a really important point to end on, that we've talked a lot about English and being English medium, but in fact that's often very much a label for a school, which doesn't necessarily mean that the curriculum is being transacted in English. It can be being transacted in multiple languages, but if the other factors that are so important for education are not in place, then the language is almost not irrelevant, obviously, but it's just one of multiple factors that will influence the learning outcomes. So we'll have to leave it there, I'm afraid, because we've run out of time, and we have a short break now before the second plenary session. So thank you very much, Bela and Saba, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. That was fast.
I know. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we will start. We've done very well to keep to time so far today. My name is Amy Lightfoot. I work here in India for the British Council, and I have the privilege of introducing our second plenary speaker for the conference, Shrikant Sarangi. Shrikant is originally from the state of Odisha in eastern India, but has lived for over 30 years in Europe. Now, much of the conference so far, I think you'll agree, has focused on multilingualism in education systems, as well as some discussions around the implications for it in wider society. But what Shrikant is here today to do is to help us extend those discussions and broaden our debate to look at how language communication and, our interaction works in the healthcare system. So I'd like to invite Shrikant to the stage.
Thank you, Amy, and my thanks to the organizers, the British Council, the trustees, and all those who have worked backstage to make the conference happen. I'm going to speak to this title, Mind the Gap, and the gap is what I'll be trying to fill, I guess, with the notion of communicative vulnerability in terms of linguistic cultural diversity in the context of healthcare. I'm going to talk to the topic of the conference. It has some family resemblance to both keywords in the conference, multilingualism and development. But with a few different traits, I'll be shifting the attention to the European setting and from the classroom to the clinic setting. I'll be trying to make a case to build synergies amongst different domains of multilingual, multicultural research, because education is not the only field or domain where this is either a problem or a resource, but also beyond education in healthcare, social welfare, legal institutions, and how we can develop translational research, something I'll come back to in my concluding thoughts. Multilingualism within the education sector, including language education policy and practice, but also what lies beyond the classroom, the institutions, the educational institutions. And one example would be healthcare. Another very pressing one is about people who are seeking asylum and refugee status in different parts of the world and how they are going to manage both the gatekeeping to enter into another country, but also to sustain a livelihood without having access to that language as well. And that needs to be part of the development agenda I would like to urge. I cannot talk about multilingualism on itself without talking about multiculturalism, because these two things, of course, are very intertwined, and they're both manifest and perceived differently in different parts of the world. So what it means in Asia, and of course within and across Asia, or in Europe, or within and across Africa and elsewhere, is not quite a homogenized concept. We cannot unify what we mean by multilingualism. You can define as you wish, but it's not going to capture what is meant and how it is perceived. So there are different phases of multilingualism which are pegged, and I will make just a very crude distinction, where multilingualism and multiculturalism is pegged to just one baseline culture. Let's take India as an example, assuming there is a cultural hegemony in India, but that's not carried into the language debate and the language policies, as opposed to multilingualism where different cultures and ethnicities coexist, and they're not quite the same. So no wonder any discussions about language and multilingualism are bound to be politicized, are bound to be culturally sensitive. One way that multilingualism has become a fact of life is through global migration. and that we can see in Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand, etc., as opposed to the kind of multilingualism we are talking about here, which is more embedded and homegrown. It's not really, unless we go back to history for hundreds of years, it's not as relevant or as eminent or as emergent as it is in other parts of the world. And the impact of labor migration and the conditions and consequences of localized, limited linguistic abilities is a reality or a fact of life in much of Europe, which is what I'm calling the lived reality of multilingualism and multiculturalism, particularly focusing on people who have migrated from developing countries to the developed world. What's life like, including myself? What is it like to be a citizen of a developing country, or I had been, to now become somebody who is a citizen of a developed country? And what are the challenges and the practices? I quote from the conference blurb, and this was referred to in the morning as well by D.P. Patnaik. In the developed world, 2 languages are considered a nuisance, 3 languages uneconomic, and many languages absurd. In multilingual countries, many languages, and here, of course, India is an exemplar for this, many languages are facts of life. Any restriction in the choice of language is a nuisance, and one language is not only uneconomic, it is absurd. So if multilingualism is a fact of life, in what I would call the stronghold multilingual countries like India, there are many mechanisms to cope with diversity. Just to give an example from healthcare, you could find a healthcare professional who matches your linguistic, ethnic background. You can routinely use a family member to mediate a clinic consultation in your preferred language. So in other words, multilingualism is mostly invisible or can remain invisible because it can be coped with in so many diverse ways. Actually, the same pattern of matching a healthcare professional with your background can be extended to describe, until recently, the economic migrants in the UK since the 1960s. Patients from the Asian subcontinent choosing doctors of similar background for minimizing, this is what I'm trying to stress, the communicative vulnerability, to try and minimize that. You are always vulnerable, but can you minimize it? And can you optimize access to healthcare provisions? So by vulnerability, I simply mean a lack of equipoise in linguistic, communicative, and cultural terms. But it has consequences for both healthcare consultation, the consultation itself, the processes, as well as the outcomes. When multilingualism relates to the use of a dominant language or a lingua franca, either one or all of the participants are subject to different degrees of this vulnerability. And that goes beyond the very language of the interaction. This has been talked about, at least in Europe these days, as super diversity, not just diversity. So the linguistic and cultural diversity in the healthcare setting, it is super diverse because both patients come from different backgrounds and so do healthcare professionals. And this has resulted in an increased demand on healthcare delivery, which has cost implications. Particularly, one issue that always comes to be debated, should we translate all healthcare information into all the languages of the people who live in Britain? That would cost a huge amount of money, and it can only be done at the expense of very increased waiting lists, even mortality. The same can be said about provision of interpreting services. Can we provide interpreters for all different L1 speakers, either professionals or patients, and what cost would that be? So in such super diverse societies, the overall goal would be to maximize access and adherence on the one hand, and to minimize the occurrence of adverse events, with or without the help of the interpreters as mediators. Here are some statistics, and I don't want to dwell on this a lot, but this has been claimed that there is an increase, substantial increase, in the intake of international migrants into Britain. And last year, this time, it stood over 500,000, 624,000. But very interestingly and ironically, there is a shortfall. When there is an increase of immigrants, there is a shortage of healthcare professionals, particularly qualified in the British system, in certain sectors, and one of them is the primary care. And this was in 2008. These are the migrants who had moved from the Indian subcontinent in the 60s, have now all retired. So now we have a vacuum, and this was 3,000 general practitioners were to retire by 2007, and they did. 27% in parts of London, and up to 40% in places like Manchester. And this has serious implications for people who had been matching to see a doctor of their own ethnic background. And there comes the perceptions of racism and discrimination from the second generation of healthcare professionals who are now born and trained in the UK, but they think that they're also being stigmatized and being discriminated against, and I'll come back to that in the main part of my talk. So let me give a few scenarios from Europe and elsewhere where I have been working, and just to show you the scale, and of course these are all instances which could be replicated anywhere. This happened in UK in 2008 when a healthcare professional from a non-dominant background does something wrong, it hits the newspapers in a big way. So this happened it was a foreign doctor who was Nigerian in origin, called Daniel Ubani, had worked in Germany for 40 years and had moved to Cambridgeshire, and this was his first locum temporary job, and he basically was found responsible for killing 2 people with overdose of medicine. And immediately the figure was pointed to his poor language skills, but there was more than language skills. He was very unfamiliar with the medication, and he was a burnout, totally fatigued, and he was just trying to make money, overworking. So when such instances become reported in the media, suddenly it's interesting to see what happens next. It triggers debates about training and assessment provisions of all overseas doctors and healthcare professionals. Are they getting enough English? Are we doing enough assessment? And can we tighten the regulations to ensure patient safety? Such debates continue surrounding the recruitment of foreign healthcare professionals, but there is also an ethical debate going in parallel. How good it is ethically and morally for developed countries to poach doctors trained in the developing countries, whether nurses, midwives, healthcare professionals more generally. And this has led to an increase of medical seats in many medical faculties, so that we can have enough home-based, homegrown doctors and not rely on foreign recruits. But of course, many of these debates bypass the reality of a multilingual Britain, that we have linguistically and culturally diverse patients who might need to match their linguistic and ethnic backgrounds. And imagine in a city like London, up to 40% are from different cultural and linguistic backgrounds. And this was part of the project I was involved in, and I'll come back to that later. Here's a little scenario in Norway where I worked for a while. And this was about elderly nursing homes where the foreignness of the carer was suspect. It became a source of communication trouble, even if they spoke Norwegian. It has nothing to do with language as such. because immediately it was seen as an indication of poor quality of healthcare, like being treated as second citizens. So if somebody with a different skin color appeared to give birth to an elderly resident, the immediate reaction was, what's wrong with Georgina? Where is she? So don't touch me. A scenario from Denmark, where I work now, there is now an openness to recruit doctors from particularly Eastern Europe, and in more specific terms, Poland. They can effectively manage in Danish their consultations with patients. That's not a problem. The problem comes when they talk to fellow professionals in writing and in talk. They don't know how to treat nurses in a non-hierarchical way, and they get it wrong. A scenario from Hong Kong, where I'm also associated with the Hong Kong University, and here is even very similar issue probably, which resembles in India, I guess. Medical graduates are trained through English as the medium of instruction, which is completely divorced from the language of the clinic. So the junior practicing doctors have very little knowledge of the basic terminology of human anatomy in the local language to be able to deliver a diagnosis and explain what's wrong. So now there is a call for retraining the doctors in Cantonese, but that would be only the language in Hong Kong, so Chinese is not Cantonese, particularly when many of these doctors are now required to work in mainland China. And I actually visited just across the border the Shenzhen Hospital, which is part of the Hong Kong University, and I was told patients prefer to see a doctor who is from Hong Kong, did not speak the language. They trusted them more than local doctors who spoke the language. So here we have to talk about, it's not the language which is the issue, but the things surrounding language. What are the things people bring to the language game, to the language puzzle? Nearer home, a scenario from Wales, and this is true of UK more generally, that we are getting a lot of healthcare professionals seeking asylum and refugee status in the UK, and the Welsh government and the British government more generally, they try to help and support with provisions of language and subject specialities. But there is a very strong sense of institutional gatekeeping, particularly through the IELTS and the PLAB tests, the Professional Language Assessment Board. And they act as a barrier to continuity of professional practice, whereas it is meant to enhance and facilitate, especially when language learning and subject learning take place independent of practice-based embodiment of professional experience and practice. So what is happening here is a kind of resocialization which is requiring, or rather people expect, they should have some kind of participation, however peripherally, however marginally, learning by doing and learning by seeing and watching, a bit like apprenticeship, rather than being kept away almost in a cell and learn the language, how to distinguish between definite and indefinite articles. So in other words, it's an ironic situation when Britain desperately needs these people, and they're very highly qualified, from neurosurgeons to kidney specialists to cardiologists. They're sitting there because they can't make A and the distinctive. When the country needs badly their service, but they can't until they have gone through the IELTS and the PLAB. So here, this is a scenario that I describe as displacement. These are displaced healthcare professionals, but they're again displaced. It's a doubly displaced scenario, which doesn't help either. So what I'm trying to suggest is such scenarios, and this is what I mean by synergy across multilingual, multicultural research domains, not just in education, but beyond. So when we look at such scenarios around ourselves, then it creates opportunities for more research and training in this area to rethink the link between language and whatever we mean by culture, not just the language, and see how discourse and practice can help us to understand how people socialize, as well as how institutions try to keep them aloof or away from what's going on in life. There is a whole tradition of research from this, on this, from anthropology, of course, and how the cultural patterns of healthcare delivery could be very different in different parts of the world. And it's interactionally very complex, and I'll come to that next. So what we mean by healthcare delivery in different cultural settings, what modes of mediation are possible? We can experience culture and cultural diversity in all institutional lives, in all public spheres, both in education and beyond. Institutional, professional, and workplace settings have different cultures and languages in use, always, both for external and internal communication. And that's what we mean by superdiversity and how that leads to the vulnerability I talked about. In ecological terms, we can say we can manage this by providing interpreters rather than people having the burden and the stress of learning more than one language. But then that might lead to a different kind of vulnerability that I'll come back to. This applies to primary care settings as much as to tertiary care settings, just like school education and college education, and to different forms of interpreting in the context of UK, where there could be formal interpreters or family members as informal interpreters. And particularly problematic is when children act as interpreters for parents. This can happen in a range of healthcare settings. I've just listed some, I don't need to go through them. So it's not just about primary care, it's about chronic illnesses, it's about any kind of reproduction, geriatrics, when you have to go with your elderly parents, but more problematic with palliative care and end-of-life consultations. So what happens in such settings when the clinic consultation is mediated, we have to talk about the notion of role responsibilities. Who takes what role? Who is responsible and accountable for what happens in the clinic? So these role sets, you can have social activity specific and discourse specific role sets, and these are some that I have just listed here and might come back to just a couple of them when I look at some data. So particularly problematic and particularly challenging are the activity role sets. Are you just talking as your daughter or as a carer? Are you talking as an interpreter or just as a companion when you come to the clinic with your relative? Are you talking as a mouthpiece or as a spokesperson or as somebody who is the author of what you are saying? Just two brief examples, and these are very striking and telling. These were two clinics that I sat through in London, and this was a Spanish mother who comes with her son, and the son is complaining of severe stomach pain. So here is interesting, the son is both the patient, but he's also the interpreter because he speaks English, the mother doesn't. Suddenly the doctor, who actually is one of the well-known professors in St. Thomas and Guy's and St. Thomas, got very excited and said, "Oh, I know a little bit of Spanish. I might try it out with you." So his rusty Spanish now became the language of the consultation. And as the consultation progressed, it was obvious that the son is trying to say something and the mother is trying to suppress it. And it was about how painful it was when he went to pass stool. So the mother was trying to say, "No, it's not that bad." The son was saying, "No, I disagree. It is really bad." At which point, thankfully, the doctor decided that he would now switch back to English than in Spanish. The whole thing changed. And the mother felt disempowered because she can't speak English, but she wanted to take control because it's a pediatric consultation where parents should know what's going on. It's a very interesting scenario, and the doctor was not right in doing the Spanish consultation, picking up a dictionary to try, see what he would like to say, and asking for confirmation of each word to the mother. and the mother doesn't speak English. You can see how ethically and linguistically, pedagogically, a very wrong practice. Another consultation was about a Turkish, the other way around. This is an elderly mother from Turkey and was accompanied by her daughter. In fact, half of the consultation is very routinely interpreted, particularly the symptoms, the history taking, and so on. Once there is a diagnosis of what is wrong, there is no interpretation. So the daughter and the doctor speak to themselves, leave aside, almost like a third party, the patient, who becomes worried and starts to cry as if they're talking about cancer and a bad prognosis. Because what had happened is the daughter thought that she is going to take on the role of the carer. There is no need to translate every aspect of caring. That can be done at home. So the clinic consultation should be simply a conversation between the doctor and the daughter. In fact, we only found out what the problems were when we got the data translated and transcribed. So what I'm going to say next is these kind of encounters where two languages and cultures meet are very complex. And they're complex in the context of healthcare delivery because from a healthcare perspective and the research on healthcare communication very broadly, language and communication are taken for granted. Everybody is competent. It's just a question of explaining what the diagnosis is and the prognosis can be. Of course, there is remarkable contributions from cultural anthropology where the claim is that we cannot understand illnesses and diseases. Certainly, chronic illnesses like diabetes is understood very differently by people from the Indian subcontinent than from the Afro-Caribbean background. So there are different cultural patterns to how people understand what is illness, what is it to be sick, and what counts as acceptable intervention. And a very classic model, what is often called the cultural hermeneutic model, simply says human illness is a semantic thing. We make meanings, and we make meanings by how we relate our illness to ourselves, to doctors, and to our carers. There are many areas, many dimensions we can look at what can be different from a cultural perspective. What people understand, health beliefs about health and disease, how diseases spread, particularly epidemics and public health sector, what causes diseases, how do you identify symptoms and signs, how do you complain about the symptoms, and how do you go about treatment, adherence, and response to intervention. We can study this in the clinic on the top. We can study it in terms of education and assessment. I think these are the two fields which should benefit a lot from the work done in the classroom and in assessment and evaluation. So this is just a way of what I mean by translating our research in ELT, applied linguistics, language education, to other areas that don't have those resources or capabilities, but we don't connect and we don't translate. There are other areas that one could look at, how people narrate their illness experience in terms of literacies and health beliefs, but also how health issues and well-being is represented in the media. So these are all areas where language research or multilingual, multicultural research would benefit from. But let me now zoom into what might happen in the clinic when two participants, let's say the doctor and the patient, and if the third party interpreter is co-present, how many variants can we have in the clinic setting? You could have a native speaker doctor and a non-native speaker patient. You could reverse that, a non-native speaker doctor and a non-native speaker client, and so on and so forth. And each one asks or requires different kinds of analytic exercise. Then if we go into interpreting, whether they're professional or they're informal interpreters, whether they're trained or they're just ad hoc family members, there are different trajectories and there are different consequences. I'm going to characterize these kind of encounters where the languages are not shared between the doctor and the patient as having at least 6 layers of complexity, interactionally speaking. The first layer is, of course, there is a knowledge imbalance, asymmetry between the doctor and the patient, even if it is native and native. So there is always going to be a knowledge asymmetry, just like teacher and student. Then you add a culture, it's like layers of asymmetry and imbalance. A cultural asymmetry would have another layer of complexity because there might be different levels of expectations on what counts as a diagnosis. What are the cultural values and relationships and expectations of a doctor-patient relationship, if you like. And then we're getting into the linguistic asymmetries. If they do not have enough language repertoire, they might not be able to talk about their feelings, their empathetic dimensions, the rapport, and so on. So how can we assure that there is bilingual competence to talk across all domains of illness or disease experience? And what are the cues and inferences that have to be made both affectively and epistemologically, what we have called the itness and the I-ness. What does it mean to me to have this cold and these symptoms? The fourth asymmetry is, again, somewhere there is a synergy need to be made, is what is nowadays being called narrative-based medicine or patient-centered healthcare. So the more and more medication and consultations must be centered on the patient, not on the doctor. Something that we have talked about for decades, learner-centered pedagogy. So the research and the insights we have from learner-centered pedagogy in multilingual or non-multilingual classrooms would be of immense value to medical education and medical training. But there is no connection between the two. Patient-centered medicine almost like starts from the scratch. Then the fifth one is what I call a multi-party nature of all consultations, which adds another level of complexity, like in pediatrics, geriatrics, and so on, especially if you have an interpreter, and even more problematic if it is a family member who shifts between being a family member and being an interpreter simultaneously, overlappingly. And it becomes even more problematic when a child becomes an interpreter. It's almost like the loss of innocence to talk about parents' illness in front of a child. And it is equally unethical when somebody looks around and says, oh, you are from Colombo, so we have a patient from Sri Lanka, can you please interpret? So this becomes even more ethically charged, because that's not what is meant as a co-professional interpreting on behalf of the patient, because they're more likely to side with the doctor rather than the patient. And final complexity is the very gatekeeping nature of healthcare delivery in any society. So let me move quickly to these kind of differences and how they transform or become perceived as acts of discrimination or potential discrimination. In the 1990s, my colleague Celia Roberts from London and I were invited to be consultants with the Royal College of General Practitioners. And they had a very specific brief for us that they have been accused by doctors of Asian origin that they are being institutionally discriminated, especially in their membership exams. And some of them had taken it 12 times and still haven't had a membership threshold. So we were asked to see whether we can find any evidence of discrimination from how these are treated in the interviews. And these were all, or not all, but a sizable portion are actually of second generation, born and brought up in Britain, educated in British medical schools, but because of their names or colors and whatever, they even thought they were being discriminated. So a key question from our finding was the interviews were very complex and very hybrid because we couldn't make out what was the interview trying to assess. Were they assessing whether somebody is a good doctor, or were they assessing whether somebody is a good performer in the interview, just as an interviewee? So the doctorship, if you like, or doctorhood, was confused with the interviewship. And this went beyond ethnic identity, so there are many white doctors also failed, but the ones from the Asian descent took it as indication of discrimination. Our finding simply was very explanatory by saying that this confusion between to be a good doctor and display that, demonstrate that in the interview, as opposed to being a good interviewee, like a job interview, an appraisal interview, you might mix up 3 different modes of talk, 3 different discourses: institutional, professional, and personal experiential. I'll show that with some data very soon. Basically, the institutional discourse is similar to much of meta-communication or meta-language. We explain what we do, and it becomes more complex. So if somebody doesn't understand, if you have a patient or a student who is very weak in language and you try to give them a very long-winded explanation with syntactic complexity of a concept, you are bound to have lost them more than have helped them. So likewise, these interviews oscillated between what they would actually do and how they would demonstrate their performance in the exam setting, and how are they going to take up the cues, because this was meant to be a role set. So the shifts between institutional and professional discourses became very problematic because it was to be role played. So that added another layer of complexity. So we'll see that the doctor now says, now talk to me as if I am the mother of the child. But that was very, very, very delicately cued in the use of language, which many of them couldn't pick it up. So they were still thinking of the examiner as the examiner rather than the mother of the child who needs to be spoken to demonstrate your professional competence rather than institutional competence. So here it goes, and I'll just read through to give you a sense. The examiner says, the mother bringing a 5-year-old child, and she's obviously very uptight and anxious. The reason being, they were in Spain and they have just come back the day before seeing you. And when the son was on the beach, and in B, he got a needle stick injury, which was hidden in the sand 2 days ago. The candidate says, 2 days ago. She's really wanting you to tell her, this is very important, this is marked. So now, forget that I'm the examiner. You now talk to me as if I'm the mother of this child, the anxious mother who wants to know whether the child is at risk of HIV. She's really wanting you to tell her how everything drastic can be prevented on this injury. She has got ideas, obviously, about AIDS because it's presumably from who is injecting. The candidate says, okay, well, if I know the patient, so look at the response which starts with a hypothetical if, which is a meta-framing rather than now talking to the mother or the examiner as mother, and that's difficult. How can you treat a human being, a male person sitting next to you, as a mother of a child? Well, if I know the patient well, it will be easy for me to establish rapport first and then the child. If it is not, then I'll start from the beginning, so establish rapport first. This is the textbook institutional language. How you deal with such cases, first step is establish rapport, and that's what he's demonstrating. And get to the problem and ask more about the details of the history. What was the needle like? What it looked like? Was there blood? A kind of a history taking. I'm not going to read all of that, and I move to almost to the middle. The candidate, after a long time of talking about what he would do rather than how to do it. So then he says, so it is really to get the history and to know more about her concerns as part of, and the examiner says, yes, what's on her mind? It's okay, sorry, you want me to see how to go through the consultation? That's exactly what the examiner was trying from the beginning. But that was not easy to pick up in terms of the role play format and also the missing out on the cues, the inferential, interactional cues in the interaction. Sorry, you want me to see how I go through the consultation? Yes, communicating with her now about this. What are you going to say to her now in the context of this alarm? Well, my aim will be just to reassure her, again gets it wrong. So again tries to move away from the immediate context of talking to the mother rather than talking to the examiner. And what would be the active steps? And it goes on and on. The examiner gets impatient and says, what are you going to do? Because, what am I going to do? The candidate says, yes. Okay, first of all, explain to her, back to the same. It's like a record, repeating a frame, which is the institutional frame, as opposed to the professional frame. And it goes on, and I'll just skip that. The examiner says, I mean, what do you mean by more transmissible diseases? He's using words that should not make sense to many parents. More likely to get hepatitis than, and here you can see in line 43, the examiner says, can you please translate that into lay terms? Remember, you're talking to me as the mother. So what would benefit her, and what does that mean? And this goes on, and the examiner now becomes, she can't understand this. She says, why is that? So you are still not communicating to the mother. So basically, I'll skip the whole and there are many such instances. What I'm trying to draw attention to is a very simple point. There's a very complex activity types. Any interview of this kind can easily slide into a medical conversation. They both are doctors. They can talk about research and what has been published and so on. And this contrasts or kind of intervenes with a requirement that it is a role-play interview. It's a role-played clinical encounter in a professional frame. And this has implications for how they take roles between interviewer and doctor and mother and so on, and what different types of talk, or what I call discourse types. And you can see how many times in this little extract we had instances of meta-communication. And that is indicative of vulnerability that I started with. And here, a failure outcome, and this candidate didn't go through, can be regarded as discrimination institutionally. So let me see what is going on right now, 20 years later. There is still perceptions of racism and discrimination among overseas and second-generation ethnic minority healthcare professionals in Britain. They talk about this in terms of cultural favoritism, or positive discrimination, if you like, and they bring out statistics of disproportionality at the senior management in the National Healthcare Service. Today, as we speak, almost 38% of doctors in the NHS, National Health Service, are from overseas, and 28% from the European Economic Area. And now, a year and a few months ago, the GMC, the General Medical Council, and the Royal College have been taken to court for a judicial review. Legal action has been launched against the Royal College of General Practitioners and the GMC by the British Association of Physicians of Indian origin. This is very new, which alleges that the MRCGP examination that we saw an extract of is flawed and discriminates against international GP trainees. The president of BAPIO, this association, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, says, these doctors have had extensive interaction over a period of many years with their trainers and patients without significant concerns. For them to be judged to be so grossly incompetent in a short exit exam either reflects poorly on years of training, which is unlikely, or it is because the exit exam is flawed. So what's wrong and where? So this is the reason for BAPIO to seek this judicial review of the way the RCGP conducts the exam. Its lawyers claim that there is a significant difference in pass rates, which cannot be explained by lack of any knowledge, skill, or competency on the part of the international medical graduates, which includes those of Indian origin. And here are the facts. The figures show that 65.3% of medical graduates, international medical graduates, failed their first attempt at the clinical skills assessment of the MRCGP in 2011-12, compared to 9% or 9.9% of UK graduates. This was less. The previous year, it was 59.2% compared to 8.2% of UK graduates. It was even less. So in other words, increasingly, the proportion is getting bigger and wider. So the opportunity for bias arises in the face-to-face assessment trainees, in the face-to-face assessment trainees undergo during the mock consultation with actors. They say that during the assessment, and this is the message, it appears that a physician's intellectual ability is judged on the basis of how well he or she speaks native English. And we can go through how the native English and competencies can be judged at all these different levels of sophistication, of how people take stands, how do they do frames and footing shifts, how do they contextualize and make inferences, the face and the face work, and so on. So I'll conclude just with two remarks. First, I started by saying that the superdiversity in terms of cultural and linguistic features defies any simple characterization ideologically and interactionally. And the consequences are that we have to ask questions about training and assessment rather than stereotype such cultural, linguistic ideologies and awarenesses. Not all participants from different backgrounds, linguistic and cultural, can be put into one homogenized category, so we need to keep them separate from each other and think of a continuum in terms of fluency, accent, appropriacy, and so on. My last slide is just this. We need to raise awareness about intercultural interaction. It needs to be part of training and education in the healthcare setting. And it has to go beyond raising passive awareness to much more a development of analytic and reflective sensitivity. And that means context sensitivity and tolerance of variability instead of marginalizing this group. And that brings me back to the need for translational research. And this is the concept very big in the context of the interface of biomedical research and clinical practice. How millions and millions of pounds spent on biomedicine can be translated into clinical practice. Likewise, we need to see how much of research that is done in multilingual, multicultural education and development can be translated from language pedagogy to medical and healthcare interaction or education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for a couple of questions, so if anyone has questions, we will send the mics around.
I'm not a doctor, so.
We have one at the front. We got the mic. Thanks, Mansi.
Thanks, Srikant. This is not what I was expecting, which is probably a good thing because it's making me think about things that I hadn't considered previously. If we're concerned about policy decisions, for example, the government of a large city, whether in Europe or in Indonesia or in India, which is concerned about improving healthcare for its people. And we know that those people speak dozens and dozens of different languages. From I think from what you're saying in the last slide, the implications are the principal implications are to do with awareness raising and training rather than I was expecting. Well, anyway, is that the ultimate sort of recommendation that you have to make?
In terms of the... Yeah, I think what I was trying to connect with is any research that we do under the umbrella of multilingualism, if that happens only within the education sector, and I know that is already stratified from schools to universities and so on, what I'm trying to say is there is equally relevant research on other domains under the same, but we don't connect, neither theoretically, empirically, or insights into policy. So if we're talking about intervention on policies, then a government might have a very kind of a blue paper or green paper on multilingualism, not just about education, but also about other aspects of social life. And who is going to do that? Because when I come from a medical healthcare background, my research, they are not trained in these aspects. So many medical educators do not have a philosophy of pedagogy. They only teach doctors to be doctors. So they don't have anything beyond that. Likewise, they may not have a view about cultural diversity or linguistic diversity for that matter. So where can we make these synergies? And that's what I mean by a different kind of translational research across these applied disciplines. So if you think applied linguistics, ELT, language education and pedagogy, these are all research to do something better, but doesn't have to be only field specific or domain specific. The insights need to translate, and I don't see much of that. And likewise, I could say, I tried my best to find out who in India goes into multilingual, multicultural clinics in healthcare, and I couldn't find any. So there is so much kind of an imbalance. If multilingualism and multiculturalism is one of the facts of life, and it is for us, it is to stay, why is it only for education? Why not other aspects of life?
One plan that we had in preparation for this conference, which in the end we never did, was to have visits to hospitals in Delhi, looking at exactly this, what policies they have and how interactions take place. We were thinking of a pre-conference series of activities like that. Next time, maybe.
No, absolutely. I think it's absolutely crucial that we do this.
Thank you. Have we got any other questions from the floor? There's one more at the front.
Hi. It's not really a question, just a comment based on that. It made me think of, and I don't really know much work, but I know that there's a lot of growing discussion about this sort of translational research in refugee settings, because they're all trying to work together better to solve the health care, education, hygiene, infrastructural problems. That might be an interesting place to look.
Yeah, and also when languages are used in conflict situations or in relief, what do you call them? After disasters have happened, disaster relief. It would also be very interesting to look at how language is mediated there and the training that takes place in those contexts as well. I was thinking about that. Fascinating. Are there any more questions before we end for the day?
It's not the end, there is another session.
Oh, there is another session, you're right. How's going to be cross with me for saying that, sorry. I do actually have 3 announcements to make just before we end this session and move to the next. Anupama, if you could just bring that here, that would be fabulous. So the first one is about the session I almost forgot, which is about meeting with the Language and Development Conference Series trustees. Thank you. That will be in 5 minutes' time in Regency 1, which is downstairs. The second one is just to inform you that the cultural evening is tomorrow, and that transport will be leaving from the hotel. We will confirm the time that will leave tomorrow. It's approximately a 5 to 10 minute walk from the hotel. It's at the British Council office. And the third thing, sorry, I've got 4 things actually. The third thing is, please could you complete your agenda for action and agenda for research sheet at the back of your program. And there will be people at the exits who will collect those. Or if you would like some more time to do it, you could hand it into the registration desk as well. And the fourth thing, most importantly, I'm very sorry, Shrikant, I'd like everybody to give a big round of applause to Shrikant for his session just now. Many thanks. And we have a small memento for you as well, and I will come down there and give it to you. Thank you very much.